What's up? What's up? What's up, y'all? It's Survivor Speaks, and I'm just sharing the live for Sarah Boone. She's actually going to take the stand. Um, so once she takes the stand, I'm not going to say much. You might see Nightbot in the chat. He's doing his job. Hopefully he doesn't harass anybody. If you decide to watch it here, I'm just sharing her testimony because I was supposed to cover the whole trial, but didn't get around to that. So the still is still up. We want to thank um, Law and Crime for the live video. I'm going to be streaming from Law and Crime under the Fair Use Disclaimer Act of 1976. And yeah, I'll do my commentary whenever they're on a break or whenever this examination of Sarah Boone is done. So get ready, get ready. Sarah Boone is a savage, and she wanted to um, review the suitcase and the bat, the baseball bat that is a part of this crime. So Sarah Boone, that is what her attorney said this morning, that they would like to review the suitcase and the baseball bat. My heart goes out to George's family. It is Domestic Violence Awareness Month. We should all be vigilant of our surroundings. And sometimes I know they say it's better to mind your business, but if you see something, especially in terms of uh, domestic violence, maybe call the police or something. And I know a lot of times people don't like calling the police because when the police get called out in some DV situations, they wind up, both parties wind up turning on the police. Look it up, people. It is facts, and this is why they try to stay so far from domestic violence cases. The police officers don't like to respond to those cases. Um, because of that same reason that I just said. But it is a serious thing, and my prayer goes out to all of the women and men that are domestic violence survivors. And that is basically Sarah Boone's defense. Is she's going with the battered wife syndrome defense. And so this is the reason why she has to get up on the stand, because you have to defend what it is that you're alleging. And so she's going to take the stand. And even if she didn't take this, even if this wasn't her defense, I don't see Sarah Boone passing up a chance to get on the stand to tell, yeah, we were playing hard to seek, but it wasn't intentional. It was not intentional. And there's somebody by the name of Excited Utterance here. She does have a great song out that she made by Sarah Boone. So check that out if you can. And like I said, I'm just gonna turn on the trial. I am doing a live tonight, so I'm not going to be in the chat too much for this trial, though. I just, I'm very interested to hear what, she has to say. So why not share with everyone? The seal is still there. It is still there. But once again, like I said, shout out to Law and Crime. So let me get that video up here. and we'll be looking at the seal until they actually come back.
We are on the record. We'll wait for it. That's fine. Just hang out for me. We're back on the record. Case number 2020 CF 2603. State of Florida versus Sarah Boone.
Dave Castro on behalf of the state. William J. for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for Ms. Boone.
Connie Henderson from Ms. Boone.
Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table, wearing the same black jacket and blue blouse from this morning. We will be standing when our jury enters. She is in custody but out of any restraints. As she is testifying first, once we bring in our jury, she will walk to the jury box and be sworn in front of the jury. State, are we ready to bring in our panel?
Yes, Your Honor. I was able to get the redactions done. I put a disc on Mr. Owens' notebook there, has the case number on it, and 3 black dots in Sharpie, just a random way of saying what it is.
Excellent. Appreciate it. Thank you for getting that done over the lunch hour. Defense, are we ready to bring in our jury?
I've got a couple of issues.
Yes.
Number one, Kevin Beck is working on.
Let the record reflect that Mr. Beck has appeared.
For the record, I'd like to make 2 points about this issue, about whether or not I can bring in evidence of prior bad acts, prior to the overt act. And there's 2 reasons that I believe I should be allowed to do so. One is, Judge, in that 2-minute video, Sarah Boone makes a statement, "That's how I feel when you choke me." And then some moments later, "That's how I feel when you cheat on me." And she's angry at him, and she's talking to him. She's talking to him in an intoxicated state, and she's expressing her anger and why she is angry. And I ought to be able to elaborate on what that is that she's angry about as it relates to when you choke me. That's my first motion.
Okay.
The second one is, Judge, on this.
Before you proceed with the second, is the second intertwined with the first?
No, I mean, it's a similar argument, but related to something else.
Okay. Response.
Judge, I don't disagree that they should be able to bring that in once they've established an overt act that is imminently dangerous to an objectively reasonable person. I believe that's the law in our home.
Any other further arguments, sir?
Not on that issue.
Motion's denied. Court again is going to rely on the Supreme Court in these situations based on Holland 916 7 750 at 1.760 through 761.
My second argument ties into what he just said about what a reasonable person would do under the circumstances facing an imminent threat, whether a reasonable person would perceive the overt act on the part of George Torres that was witnessed by Sarah Boone. Would that be perceived by someone as a imminent threat? And to some degree, you have to understand the history of George Torres and Sarah Boone. They were together 3.5 years. They were engaged, but there had been a history of violence. And from the evidence that's been presented, facing the circumstance, if you take what she said at various times, you would understand that she became concerned when he came back from Publix with that second bottle of wine, because she knew when George Torres gets to a certain level of intoxication, he gets sad, he gets moody, and eventually he gets belligerent, and sometimes he can be violent. So she knew when he brought home that second bottle of wine that it was not going to be a good night. And she tried to keep him occupied and tried to keep his mind off of his troubles, because she knew that if he reaches a certain level and is dwelling on his hardships, that he will react to her in a violent way. So she had that state of mind with that understanding of her history and his history in his overt act, which she's going to testify to, coupled with the fact of her state of mind based on her past experiences with him in that intoxicated state and the fact that he is violent. So she was hypersensitive to danger and fear. And I think that ought to be allowed in as part of her collectively an overt act. So it was culminated by his state of intoxication coupled with his overt act created the well-founded fear for her to block the attack, self-restrain or physically restrain George Torres in the suitcase, to actually use the bat to prevent him from getting out of the suitcase because she knew she was going to get attacked.
And the basis of the opinion of about to be attacked is predicated on the prior incidences of violence, correct? Based on
Well, there's an overt
knowledge.
act committed by George Torres, but she was heightened because she knows when he gets to that level of intoxication, in that scenario, and that's an issue.
So I need clarification. What is it that you're asking me to do?
For me to be able to elicit from Sarah Boone that she was concerned once that second bottle was brought, and that's why she tried to placate him over the course of the evening, and that's why she had a heightened sense that he was capable that due to his degree of intoxication that he may act violently towards her. And the problem is, a lot of the problem is, Judge, he doesn't remember battering her the next day. That's part of the reason that she videotapes him and photographs him. She starts to document what happens so that she can show him. She loves the man. She adores the man. She wants to marry him. She wants a life with him. But she's tired of being beat on, and so that all ties in to her behavior, her sense of nervousness at that point. The reason she was so confident during that 2-minute video is because she knew, okay, this is my chance. He can't get to me. I can tell him exactly what he does that bothers me, that hurts me, and how I feel. And so that's all tied together with then he starts to try to get out of the suitcase, and she reacts the way she does.
Response.
We held these arguments already. The court has ruled there are no new arguments being made. The court understands exactly what Sarah Boone, the defendant, said to Dr. Werner on October 2nd. The court knows exactly what the defendant said to Dr. Harper over the period of a number of months and years, and there was no overt act. The overt act has to be something that is objectively reasonable to cause a reasonable person to believe there's an imminent fear of great bodily harm or death. What the testimony is not that that's what has occurred, that there's her new generalized fear, but you've already read that and you've already ruled on that. And I'll just remind the court that her previous testimony is, it's all fun and games, we're laughing, I zipped the suitcase shut, we're still both laughing, it's funny, and then the decedent says, I can't breathe, and then she flips a switch, gets angry because it reminds her of all the times before where she is asserting that the decedent made her feel like she couldn't breathe. And then that's when she starts beating and shuffling the suitcase so much that it flips over and hitting him with a bat. And we've covered this ground. Aggravated assault, aggravated battery, 2 independent forcible felonies. She's committing false imprisonment. She is the initial aggressor. No overt act. She can't start it and then say, well, I'm in fear of retaliation, because that's what her testimony was, is once I started doing these things, once I wouldn't let him out of the suitcase, I was afraid to come out and harm me or I run on me to defend yourself and then I shoot and kill you. I can't assert self-defense. I can't say, well, Judge Cranick pulled a gun on me and I was in fear of death, because I was the initial aggressor. I was committing a forcible felony. That's the facts of this case here, according to her previous testimony. And the state concedes if she wants to change her testimony again, that's one thing, and then we'll cross that bridge when we get there. But if she testifies that she previously has, the court has already ruled there's no overt act, and you've read the transcripts. You know what she has said.
Judge, she hasn't testified. She hasn't testified. Dr. Harper's testified. Dr. Warner's testified.
Testify. They've given depositions.
Well, given depositions, but she has testified about the act in question. She hasn't testified about the event in question. She had consultations and evaluations by Dr. Harper where they had discussions that Dr. Harper could relate in her testimony. Dr. Warner can say what was said during the evaluation. Again, both of those were not reported. There may be disputes. I disagree with his characterization of that assessment. But it's up to Sarah to tell the truth here today. She's under oath. She's under oath. She's got an obligation to tell the truth. If he thinks she's made prior inconsistent statements, it's up to him to impeach her with those inconsistent statements.
To the extent that you are requesting permission to go into presumably and seemingly prior bad acts, vis-a-vis, he got the wine, and I know what happens when he gets it, and everything that follows from that. Those are bad acts. That is character. And the Florida Supreme Court has provided guidance in circumstances, specifically in Holland, on what needs to be done. You're attempting to provide information that the defendant was apprehensive of the victim at the time of the homicide by virtue of the wine, etc., as you've proffered. That's bad evidence that you're going to be bringing in. Historic bad character evidence. This is what happens when he drinks. This is what happens when I don't placate him. This is the situation that I find myself in, which inevitably may dovetail into prior incidents of abuse. That's all prohibited character under 9404. Carve out for that is if a overt act is established. It's not a subjective standard. It's an objective standard. The jury instruction, 3.6F, identifies it being an objective standard, and the Akendo case specifically tells us that it's an objective standard. And Akendo, the second DCA in 2023 stated, the conduct of a person acting in self-defense is measured by an objective standard, but the standard must be applied to the facts and circumstances as they appeared at the time of the altercation to the one acting in self-defense. I'm going to rely on Holland. Holland is the law of the land. It is what the Supreme Court has told us to utilize. That's what I will be relying on. The overt act has to be established.
Ms. Boone, do you understand that?
I do.
Okay. Anything else?
We cannot talk about any prior bad acts or anything of that nature until we talk about the actual event, the attack. Correct? Mm-hmm. You understand?
Do you understand that?
I do.
Okay. Anything else, State?
Nothing.
Defense, anything else, sir?
No, sir.
All right, let's go ahead and stand and bring in our jury.
Entering.
State, do you recognize our jury?
Yep, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury? All right, thank you. Y'all can be seated. The jury, after seated and comfortable, if you could raise your hands to confirm that you complied with the court's instructions during the break. Record reflect all hands have been raised. With that, state has rested. The defense is going to put on a case. Defense, Mr. Owens, you can call your first witness.
The defense would call Sarah Boone.
Raise your right hand, please. Sworn, please. Do you swear or affirm So help you God.
I do.
All right, ma'am, you could take a seat. And if you could, state and spell your name for the record for us.
Sir Boone, 101077.
Could you spell your name?
SARHBOONE.
All right, thank you very much. Sir, you may inquire.
Ms. Boone, would you please tell the jury where you were born and raised?
Atlanta, Georgia.
You were born in Atlanta?
I was born in Atlanta.
And how long did you stay in Atlanta before you moved here to Florida?
I was 3 years old, 3 or 4.
Okay. And from that time, y'all moved, you and your family, your mother and father, moved to Orlando?
And my grandparents.
Okay. Y'all all moved down from Atlanta down to Orlando?
Yes, and my 2 brothers.
Okay. And were you raised here essentially from that time on?
Yes.
And you resided here in Orange County, Florida that entire time?
Yes.
Okay. And what high school here locally? Where did you go to high school?
Edgewater.
Okay. And tell the jury, how old were you when you graduated?
I was 18 years old.
Now, I know you lost your mother and father.
Overruled.
I know you lost your mother and father in your teens and in your 20s. Is that true?
I lost my grandfather when I was a sophomore in high school, and I lost my father when I was a senior. And then passed away a few years after that, and then my grandmother passed away after my mother died.
All right, so you were in your 20s when all that was going on?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point in your 20s, you met Brian Boone?
I did, yes.
All right. And how long did y'all date before you married?
A good handful of years. I helped my family with paying mortgage and bills for the house since my father had passed away. So
you worked outside the home?
I did.
And dated for a while. Do you remember when y'all married?
I do.
Could you tell the jury when y'all were married?
The year?
Yeah. You remember the date?
It happened to be, yes, that way that he had waited to ask me to marry him because he knew it would be, I would.
Sustained.
Just answer the question if you can. Are you a little bit nervous?
A little bit.
Okay. Well, just tell the jury if you remember the date that you and Brian Boone married.
August 21st, 2004.
Okay. And had y'all lived with each other for a little more than that?
Short time.
Yes. Okay, after you married, how long was it before y'all had any children?
Gosh, 6 years?
Okay. And y'all have one son.
Yes.
What's his name?
Lucas.
And how old is Luke now?
Lucas will be 14 years old on the 28th.
28th of this month?
Yes.
Okay. So you and Brian were married, and y'all lived in Orange County. How long were y'all married?
For 13 years.
All right, and y'all divorced?
Yes.
And as part of the divorce, were y'all to share custody of your son?
Yes.
And so y'all would split days? Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. At some time after you and Brian split up, did you meet George Torres?
Yes.
All right, could you tell the jury how you met George Torres?
I met George when I decided to buck up, I guess, and was tired of trying to patch things up with my ex-husband. And I decided to go one day for a walk across the street and go have a beer by myself and sit and people watch just to get out of my house and a change of scenery.
All right, now is this your apartment?
No, this is the marital home.
Okay. Where is that marital home?
Winter Park?
You're no longer living in that marital home?
No.
Who lives in the marital home?
No one. It has been sold.
Okay. So you met George Torres before you got the apartment?
Yes.
Okay. And you met him at a bar across the street from the marital home?
Yes, we had a mutual friend there.
Were you introduced?
Yes.
All right. How did you and George get along when y'all first met?
Very well. It was it was strange how quickly we hit things off and had so much in common, and I never thought that he would be interested in someone like me, and I just couldn't believe that he was actually interested in me and said a lot of nice things, and 1 hour ended up being 4 hours from when we had first met, and then we would always have something to talk about.
Why couldn't you believe that he would be interested in you?
He was very handsome. He was smart, and I would show up in workout clothes and disheveled hair, and I guess I kind of felt broken from being in the process of the divorce that he knew about. But then one of the things that we could relate also was the fact that he was here in Florida because he had just been divorced from his second wife. So that was another topic that he and I could compare notes on.
So eventually the divorce was settled. Did you get your own place?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that after at first you lived in your parents' home, correct?
Yes, until I was married.
And then you moved directly in with Brian?
Yes.
And then y'all lived in the marital home?
Yes.
And then you got this apartment?
Yes.
So that was the first time in your life that you actually had your own place?
Yes.
And what was the address?
4748 France Court, apartment number 3.
And what city is that in?
It's in Butter Park.
How far is that from here?
20 minutes.
Okay. So you got that apartment, and initially were you by yourself?
No.
All right, tell the jury.
In the almost year, about 10 months of separation from Brian, my ex-husband, that is the time when I met George. And my ex-husband was trying to buy me out or force me out of our marital home, and I needed to find somewhere to live. And
So did you and George agree to rent the apartment?
yes, I needed extra income. We could not afford it just on my own.
You were receiving some income from the marriage settlement, were you not?
Yes.
So you did have consistent monthly income coming in from the marriage settlement,
For the most part, yes.
but you needed more to live.
Yes, to pay the bills and for rent.
So did you and George have some agreement?
We did.
All right, what was the agreement?
The agreement was that if I decided for he and I to live with one another, because it would be under my name, that he would help with the monthly bills and on a regular basis, where it wouldn't be something that I would have to argue with him about. It would just be that everything's paid first, and then from there, hopefully have some fun with it.
Okay. So I understand from that on, would it be fair to say that y'all saw each other on and off for about the next 3.5 years?
No, I would consider us a couple. At some point, he asked me to marry him.
Okay. But y'all did have times where he left and went to live with his parents?
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yes.
And there were times where there was an understanding that y'all were going to break up?
Multiple times.
Okay. All right. So, again, on again, off again.
Yes. This was actually before we had our apartment. That was, I guess, our dating phase.
So y'all were together for 3.5 years. Is that fair?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And y'all had actually agreed to marry?
He had asked me, yes, a couple of times to marry him, and one time I agreed to yes.
Okay. Now, I want to get directly to the date of this event so that the jury can hear your testimony. All right. So tell us, I believe the date is February 23rd of 2020. Explain to the jury that whole day, from the time y'all got up, the whole thing.
Approach. Objections overruled for now.
Now, Ms. Boone, let's just, instead of one long speech, let me break you up over the course of the day. So, do you remember the date of February 23rd, 2020?
Yes.
Do you remember getting up?
Yes.
All right, just tell the jury about that morning. What y'all did that morning. What you and George spent the night together at the apartment.
Yes, at that point he was living there.
Yes. So y'all slept in the bed together upstairs. You would have gotten up, y'all had gotten up that morning, February 23rd of 2020.
Yes.
All right, tell the jury what happened when y'all got up.
He was already downstairs, and I went downstairs, and he wanted to start the day off by drinking because it was a day off from his job. And I talked him into cleaning and tidying up the house for a sense of accomplishment. So that is what we did for however long that it took. So we did tidy up the house and got everything in order, and it was kind of a reward, I guess, to be able to sit and enjoy and sit on the back porch.
All right, what do you mean by cleaning up the house? What did y'all do?
We swept and mopped. We folded some of the laundry. I know that we did the dishes, emptied the dishwasher, just general run-of-the-mill tidying up.
And did you have your son coming the next day?
Yes, that was one of the reasons why we were able to do that.
What was the arrangement you had in terms of the next day would have been your day to pick up your son from school?
Yes.
What time would you pick Lucas up from school the next day?
I believe his school ended at 3 o'clock.
Okay. So you would have been responsible to pick him up, and he would be spending the night with you that night?
Yes.
So you wanted to have the house nice and clean?
Yes.
How many bedrooms are in the home?
2.
And you and George had one bedroom?
Yes.
And who had the other?
Lucas.
All right. Is that exclusively his bedroom?
Yes.
All right. So how long would it have taken y'all that morning to clean?
I don't really remember what time we woke up, but maybe a good 2, maybe 3 hours.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that you and George both smoked cigarettes?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that you and George both drink alcohol?
Yes.
All right. So at some point, y'all finished your chores,
Yes.
right? And then y'all were going to enjoy the day.
Yes.
All right. What was the plan?
It was just kind of, we've got the day to ourselves. Let's just kind of relax and go with the flow.
Did y'all make a decision that y'all were going to start drinking?
Yes, we had a bottle that was already in the refrigerator, and I did not want to go out afterwards. I, again, had Lucas coming the next day, so we went over to Publix to purchase another bottle of wine so we could not have to go out later on that evening.
Now, you were here in court when the state played the video of you two and the Publix purchasing the bottle of wine?
Yes.
Is that what you're referring to here with the jury right now?
Yes.
Okay. And that was around noonish?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Had y'all started drinking the leftover bottle before going to the Publix?
No.
Okay. So, y'all bought a bottle of wine?
Yes.
All right. And how did y'all get to Publix?
My car.
How far is Publix from your apartment?
5 minutes.
How would you get there from your apartment?
We-
Did you have to go across any major highways, or is it right there?
You just come out of our apartment complex and you do a little U-turn and then you come up and it's right in that complex.
Okay. But it's easier to drive than to walk?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I know at some times y'all would simply need cigarettes and it was in walking distance. Can you tell the jury about that?
Yes. There was a Lotto Zone convenience store with in the same, I guess, parking lot of our townhome, our complex. It was just a straight shot from our apartment to a back gate, and you could get right into the convenience store from right there.
Okay. But y'all went over to get that bottle of wine around noonish, and how did y'all you took your car?
Yes.
Did George have a vehicle?
We did not.
Okay. And how did you pay for the wine?
With my debit card?
And then y'all came back and started drinking?
Yes.
Okay, tell us what you did when you got back from the public.
Just went on the back porch where we usually spend our time because we're able to smoke cigarettes outside as opposed to inside. And
Is cigarette smoking not allowed indoors?
it is not.
Okay. Do you have pets?
Yes, I do.
Well, did you have pets?
I did, yes.
Okay. Were they with y'all there that day?
Yes, my dogs were with me all the time when I was there.
How many dogs do you have?
I have 2.
And just what are their names?
Penny and Tess.
And what is the breed?
They are red Boston Terriers.
And are they both disabled?
Yes, Penny is blind and Teff is deaf.
So when y'all went out to smoke on the back porch and drink, I assume, as well, correct?
Yes.
Did y'all take the dogs out?
Oh, yes.
All right. Is there a place for them to do their business out there?
Yes, I extended our back porch for them to have a little bit of area as opposed to going from a large backyard from my marital home to our little townhome. And they would come out there and do their business, and I would open the gate and then walk them in the back part of our apartment.
So you and George were just going to enjoy the day together?
Correct.
Is it fair to say you don't have a lot of money?
Yes.
And so y'all were going to do something there in the home? Y'all weren't going out for dinner or...
Yes, we primarily, I would consider us homebodies as opposed to going out and partying and doing this and that.
Okay. And how long do you think y'all were out that afternoon outside?
A few hours.
All right. Could you tell the jury what y'all did during that time?
We have a dartboard that's out there, and we just had drinks, and we're just really enjoying each other's company and talking about, things that are coming. We both were looking for a job and just kind of, I guess, encouraging and supporting, planning. And
Well, now you said he had a job. Was he looking for a job, a second job?
no, the job that he had was very unstable, and at that,
So he was looking for something new.
yes, at that time, yes.
Okay. And so during that 2 or 3 hours, would it be fair to say that y'all drank the bottle?
Yes.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that y'all were feeling the effects of the alcohol?
Yes,
Okay. At some point, who made the decision to come in?
I did.
Okay. Why did you want to come in?
I felt that George needed a change of scenery.
Okay. So y'all came in, and then anything else before he left again? Were y'all doing anything? I know y'all did some arts and crafts. What did y'all do? At some point, he went to get another bottle at Publix.
Yes, I believe it was after it was right before, I believe, that we had gone inside. Because he called his daughters. I was trying to encourage him to call his family.
Okay, now where are his daughters?
His 2 daughters are located in Pennsylvania,
And what are their names?
Anna and Destiny.
And how old are they?
I believe that Anna is in her 30s, and Destiny may be in her early 20s.
All right, is he having more children?
He has a son.
And is his son?
He is in Pennsylvania also.
Okay. So part of that afternoon is y'all came in to call relatives, call family.
No, I had him call outside, just trying to, I guess, boost the mood. The first daughter didn't answer. I don't remember the reason. Didn't speak to the second one. I believe he did. It was just for a moment.
Phone y'all using?
My phone.
All right. And is that common for y'all to use that, for y'all to share that phone?
It was because George said that he didn't have a phone, so it would either be lost or given to him by his mother so I didn't know he had as my phone.
So it was primarily your phone?
Yes,
Okay. And you took a lot of photographs that were on that phone?
yes,
Videotapes,
yes,
text messages,
yes.
phone call?
Yes, he and I both on the phone calls.
So he would use it as well?
Yes,
And that phone, is that the one that was seized in this case?
yes,
All right, so y'all called his daughters, and then during that phone call period, did you also call his brother?
yes.
Okay, and which brother was that?
John,
Now, how many brothers and sisters does George have?
I'm going to list them if that's okay.
Okay.
It's John, Pharrell, Isaac, Mo, and his sister.
Okay. And do they all live here in Florida?
Yes,
Are they close by?
as far as I know, yes.
What about his parents?
Yes,
They live here as well?
yes,
Okay. But his ex-wives and his children live up in Philadelphia?
yes,
Okay. So you called the girls, then you called, or George called his brother.
yes.
Was that conversation that long?
No, it was not.
Okay. And then after that phone call, were y'all inside by this time?
Yes, at this point, I believe that it was a good time to get a change of scenery. So I thought George would be better off inside, and frankly, I didn't want to be outside any longer either.
Okay. So just to get an idea, about this time is when he went to get the second bottle, or did y'all stay inside?
No, from what I recall, I thought the day was over, and it was going to be, get ready for the evening, for the day, what do you want for dinner, do you have an extra load of laundry that you need to throw in, kind of thing, and that was my understanding, and he said,
This was about 5-ish or something?
I don't remember the time.
Okay. At some point during that time period, did George go to Publix again?
Yes, I thought he was going to be walking to the convenience store, but apparently, when he returned, he had gone across the street with my car and my debit card to buy another bottle of wine.
What was your understanding of where he was going?
To the convenience store, walking.
For what?
Cigarettes.
Okay. And you've learned, obviously, that he came back, and you learned that he'd used your vehicle,
Yes,
and he'd used your debit card,
yes,
and he'd brought back a bottle of wine from Publix.
correct.
And you saw the Publix video of that.
Yes,
So he comes back with the other bottle of wine, and did he want you to drink with him?
it was expected, yes.
Yes. And you agreed to consume the second.
Yes.
So over the course of that evening, drinking the wine, what did y'all do for time-wise? Watch a movie, music? Just kind of tell the jury what you remember. I know it's obviously been a while, but
It was kind of a regular thing where I entertaining activities for George, and I bought a puzzle. We started off at one point doing a smaller puzzle, and then we did that very quickly, so then I purchased a larger puzzle, and I believe it was 1,000 pieces. So I thought, to get his mind off of things and to focus on something, it would be smart to use the puzzle. So for however long that took, we finished the puzzle. So that one,
every piece was finished, or was it?
every piece was finished. It was strange that we couldn't find one piece, and we thought it was funny that it was in the perfect place on there. But yes, every one but one piece.
All right, after the puzzle, what did y'all do?
I decided to continue to maintain and focus him, and I have a bunch of paints that I used of my son's that his grandmother bought him. It's a very big art box, and it's got pastels, pencils, paint, any kind of whatever. And he and I were very much into art, and with this resource, it got him very interested in being more creative.
How long have you been into art?
Ever since I can remember. As a child,
You like to draw?
I like to do anything artistic.
And I know, we saw some of the pictures of your apartment, but it looks like there was pictures and artwork up. Is that all your work and George's work?
The majority of it, yes, are belongings from my home, and then also some of George's, yes, on the wall.
Was he pretty good at art as well?
Yes,
All right, so you both enjoyed doing that.
very much.
So y'all got out Lucas's art set. What did y'all do with that?
We were just, I guess, I would always tell him that everything that you make is a masterpiece. So just let loose and just let it go. And we would just paint and
drink.
paint and drink, yes, and listen to music sometimes, and yes.
Okay. Now, with the dogs, did y'all get the dogs involved?
Oh yes, my dogs follow me everywhere, yes.
Was there some dancing going on with the dogs?
Yes, after we had completed the puzzle and I guess we're painted out, I thought that it might be a good point for us to maybe listen to some music. And the music that George too is it's very me, and it was definitely not going to lighten the mood. So we ended up finding some channel on the radio, and he was feeling it. And then we ended up, my one dog gets very active and was dancing with us, and we were just having a good time listening to music.
And I guess it's getting pretty late in the evening.
Yes.
Anything else I've missed?
I don't believe so.
All right. So tell us where y'all ended up before you started the game of hide and seek.
We were there. I couldn't think of anything else possibly that I had to continue entertainment. I remember sitting at the end of the couch and him sitting in one of my son's chairs that was in the living room, and just kind of doing this. Like, what are we going to do now? Like, I very much would like to go to sleep.
Had y'all finished off the that bottle that he had bought?
I don't remember, to be honest with you.
Bless you.
Would it be fair to say that as the day wore on, the more y'all consumed?
Yes.
All right. And would it be fair to say that as the day wore on, the more you consumed, the more effects you felt from the alcohol?
Of course. Yes.
Both of you?
Yes.
Okay. So you would agree, would you not, that at the time y'all were trying to figure out, put your head on the couch, that would it be fair to say that y'all were intoxicated?
Yes.
Tell the jury what happened.
At one point, I guess he knew that I couldn't come up with anything else, tapped me on my knee and said, "You're it." So from there, I ran up the stairs and hid into our shower, just waiting for him to find me so we could hopefully go to sleep soon at some point. And
And your shower, is it a tub or just a walk-in?
it's a tub, but it's in the master bedroom, and you have to go all the way upstairs, you have to go in the bedroom, and then you have to go into the bathroom part, and then there's the shower part.
So did you lay down in the tub?
At one point, yes, I was.
Okay. So you were hiding?
I was trying.
Okay. And did you believe that he was going to come try to find you?
Yes.
Did you wait?
Yes, for quite some time.
All right. Then what did you decide to do?
I decided that I need to go to sleep. I'm picking my son up the next day, and we need to start wrapping up the evening. And I went downstairs to find where he was.
And what, I think the jury has seen pictures of your, would you call it an apartment or
At a townhome.
a townhome? So you walk down the stairs, right? Mm-hmm. And at the bottom of the stairs is a bookshelf here?
Yes, at the very.
Okay. So you walk down the stairs and you turn and look in the living room. What did you see?
I don't even think I made it all the way down the stairwell because I was just looking for him as soon as I could to hopefully go upstairs as soon as we could. And I looked over and I saw him settling himself in the suitcase.
All right, tell us about the suitcase. How long, is it an older suitcase?
Yes,
Whose suitcase was it?
this is George's suitcase.
All right, and did he use it for traveling back and forth to Philly?
Yes, I had recently taken him on a trip to go see his children in Pennsylvania, who he hasn't seen in years. And we took that with us. And because dilapidated it was, how broken it was, in the end, after that trip, we decided that we would donate it.
All right, and I understand y'all kept the suitcase upstairs.
Yes,
How did y'all keep it upstairs?
since we had moved in.
All right. Is there a closet up there you kept it in?
Yes, it was in the master closet, the master bedroom closet, all the way in the back because of the size of it, and there was nowhere to put it, so it's all the way.
So when did y'all decide upstairs? Was it that day or sometime earlier?
No, it was maybe a week or so prior.
Okay. And so what, y'all were going to donate to Goodwill, or?
Yeah, we were going to do, I guess, a spring cleaning. Anyone who has children understands that they grow quickly, and there was a lot of clothes that I needed to go through my sons, and then also from George and I moving in and putting everything in there, go through it and organize it and get things more in order.
So is that the reason it was downstairs? You were going to donate it and a bunch of things that you're going to put inside.
Correct, yes.
Okay. So then down there a week, so it was already down there.
Yes, George brought it down.
Okay. So you said that you got down there, you're looking for him, you see him settle into the suit.
Yes.
What did you do?
In my head, I said, oh man, we're obviously not going to be going to sleep anytime soon. And I walked over and he was trying to get himself flat, so I couldn't tell that he was in there. And then
Now let me stop you there. The suitcase, is it the suitcase over here in the...
yes,
You've seen it, you saw it.
yes,
It's a pretty big suitcase.
yes.
How
George, my height, and
tall are you?
I'm 5'3".
Okay. And how much did George weigh?
I thought it was 100 pounds.
Okay. And how much did you weigh?
I was 98 pounds.
All right. You put on some weight.
Incarcerated, yes.
Well, at the time, though, y'all were pretty skinny.
Yes.
So from the pictures, it looks like y'all were both pretty thin.
Yes.
All right. So because of his thinness, is that how? And he's thin.
Yes.
Okay. So he went into the suitcase on his own.
Yes.
Did he willingly get in the suitcase?
I just kind of, I zipped him up with money, and we're joking. From there, it was just, we were laughing about it, and it was just on a little bit with him finding that he was still in the suitcase. Just, I think he and I were just kind of couldn't believe that he could fit in the suitcase.
Did you eventually close the top?
Yes. In order for, the top was already closed. He was settling himself in there. That's how I knew he was in there, was because the top was kind of flopping a little bit.
So he had got in there to hide, and he pulled the top
Yes.
on top of it. But you could tell he was in there.
Yes.
You saw him right away.
Yes.
All right. So at some point, did you zip him up?
Yes.
Did you? And what was he saying or doing when you were zipping him up?
He was just thought it was funny.
Were you both laughing?
Yes.
And so you zipped him up. Were y'all still laughing once you zipped him up?
Yes.
Okay. Tell the jury what happened then.
From there, I moved the suitcase around a couple of times, just kind of moved it around, and at that point, it was funny. We were joking and laughing about it.
All right, now, eventually, did you go sit down on the couch and get your phone?
Yes.
I missed something?
Well, the suitcase had, from me moving it around, was flopped over. So while it was like that, I thought at that point, I guess take the time to talk to him while I guess he was not able to get out for a moment.
So you flipped it. You got it on the top, right?
Yeah.
He gets in, but at some point you flip it over so the zipper is on the bottom.
Well, it was just kind of how I was moving it around that it ended up kind of flopping, so.
But it was upside down.
Yes.
So after you did that, what did you do?
That's when I went over and decided to videotape to just see I guess the jest in it for him to understand that right now I feel safe and right now I have the ability to actually speak to you in a manner that normally I would not have the ability to do.
And you were intoxicated,
Yes.
and you would agree that you said some things you should not have,
Yes.
but you realized he could not get out and get at you. Is that fair?
At that moment, yes.
So it goes on for about 10 minutes.
Yes.
You heard it here today, did you not? You heard his voice as he was speaking from the suitcase.
Yes.
That was his voice on the video and audio.
Yes.
And you heard your voice on the video and audio.
Yes.
That was your voice.
Yes.
All those things said by the man were said by George in that 2-minute video.
Correct.
All the words said by the female were said by you in that 2-minute video.
Correct.
Were you intending on showing him the video the next day?
Yes.
At the time, or the next day, is it fair to say you don't even remember a videotape?
I do not.
So, from what you can tell from watching it, did that refresh your memory about that event?
I did.
Why did you say all that?
Mr. Owens, you may proceed.
All right, I'm talking about just the 2-minute video part that was recorded. Could you just tell the jury what you were feeling, what your feelings were at the time, and then explain that to the jury? You mentioned, you talked about it before. You said he was in that confined space and it was my chance, but do you want to elaborate on that, or?
Sure. I want you all to know that the majority of the time, I'm always afraid and always scared.
All right, well, I understand that. Okay, I understand that. But would it be fair to say that you had some anger at that point?
I did.
Would it be fair to say that you wanted to tell him off to some degree?
I just wanted, yes, for him to have a better understanding, which was the whole point of the videos and documentation prior.
And you could tell that he was uncomfortable.
I'm guessing.
And did you want him to feel some uncomfort?
I did.
Okay. Now, at some point, you turned off the video.
Yes.
And then we saw a second video, which was approximately 11 minutes later. And you've seen that video. It was played to the jury. It was 22 seconds long.
Yes.
And I don't think you speak in that video. You hear George say Sarah one time.
Yes.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So between the 2-minute video and the 22-second video is an 11-minute period. Would you tell the jury what happened?
We continued to, I guess, speak to one another, and his tone changed, and I knew the tone, and we ended up, I guess, arguing back and forth with one another, and it was the things that he was saying very much frightened me, and cursing at me and threatening me. And
Did he want you to let him out of the suitcase?
I'm sure so.
Okay, go ahead, tell me.
And it just got very heated very quickly, and he continued to push on the suitcase. And my fear was that he was going to break out of the suitcase, knowing that it was a broken suitcase. And his hand started to come through. His hand started to come through this way. And so I shook the suitcase. Trying to get his hand to go back in, shaking it, and telling him that, please stop doing this. Please stop doing this to me. Please stop doing this to me.
So his hand actually got out of the suitcase.
Yes.
And you went to the suitcase.
Yes.
And shook it.
Yes.
Did that force his hand to go back in?
No.
So you're shaking it. Were you shaking it to try to get the suitcase, his hand back in?
Yes.
How long did you shake it?
I don't know.
But his hand was still out.
Yes.
Was he trying to get out?
Forcefully, yes.
Was he angry at you?
Yes.
Were you in fear?
Always.
If he would have gotten out of the suitcase, what would he have done to you?
Like he used to tell me, he probably would have made me unrecognizable, or I would have lost my life.
Did you lose the grip on the suitcase?
Yes.
Where was the bat in relation to the suitcase?
It was leaning up against the dining room table, right there.
How far was the bat from the suitcase?
3 feet, 2 feet.
Was his hand still out of the suitcase?
Yes.
And was he getting out of the suitcase?
He very much was trying, yes.
And so what did you do?
For the split second reaction that I had, I happened to see that, and I grabbed the baseball bat and was trying to poke his hand to go back in to please don't go, don't break through, please. So I hit his hand.
Did you hit part of his hand?
Yes,
We've seen the photographs of his left hand. Did you cause the bruising there?
I'm guessing yes.
Now, you've seen the bat. It's a youth bat.
Yes, I bought it for my son.
Is this the bat you used?
Yes,
And you said you poked him with it?
yes, I kind of, like I held it with the skinny part here and then
So the grip here,
prodded at it, yes,
you grabbed it with both hands here,
yes,
and then the barrel of the bat, the big part of the bat is here.
correct.
And you thrusted it into the different areas of the suitcase?
I started with his hand, and his hand, he was still trying to get out. He was still trying to do that. So I started to push on the suitcase around it, hoping to have his hand retract and go back inside.
You made those injuries.
I did,
We've seen the photographs.
yes,
We see the bruising. Is that from that bat?
yes.
Eventually, did his hand go back inside from you doing?
Yes, finally, he had subsided and retracted his hand.
So him from attacking you.
Absolutely. Split-second decision.
Now, once he retracted his hand, do you remember zipping it up some? Or what did you do in relation? Because he was upside down, was he not, at that point?
Yes,
At some point, you flipped him back up.
I did.
Tell how that happened.
He wasn't cursing, he wasn't threatening, his hand was inside foremost. There was no more of him trying to break through the suitcase. So I felt safe enough to turn it back over. It wasn't happening anymore.
You went back to the video and the couch,
I did, yes.
and we saw the second video,
Yes,
the 22-second, and he's right side up again,
yes,
and you hear him say, "Sarah?"
yes.
Had you left enough room for him to get out? Zipper to zipper.
Yes, that's how his hand was trying.
That suitcase has two zippers, doesn't it? And they meet at various places along the line?
Correct.
How much room, when you flip it over, how much room, zipper to zipper?
I don't know specifically. I mean, it was enough to where his hand was coming out.
After you had hit him with the bat, was he not trying to get out anymore?
No.
Did you believe that he could breathe in there?
Yes.
Did you ever believe he could die in there?
No. Oh,
Were you?
never.
Did you want to kill him?
I did not.
Did you walk upstairs?
I did, yes.
Why didn't you let him out before you walked upstairs? Were you afraid?
Terrified is more of the word.
As long as he was in the suitcase, he couldn't harm you.
Correct.
When he's... Did you want him to calm down?
Yes, I wanted him to stop. being angry because I know what it is for him to be angry.
Where were the dogs?
The dogs ran upstairs with me.
And where did they go?
On the bed.
Did you have the phone with you?
Yes,
I know at some point you called your husband Brian, did you not?
I did.
Recall how long that conversation was?
Not very long.
Can you recall what was said?
I don't remember exactly. No, I don't.
One minute. Miss Boone, Sarah Boone, you said that when he was in the suitcase, he was threatening you. Can you tell the jury what he was saying?
I don't know. Am I allowed to curse?
Yes.
But he was going fucking end me. And that's what made me ask him please to stop doing what he's doing to me. That he was going to, I'm guessing, try his best that night to probably take my life.
But what the threat you heard was he's
going to
say the
fucking
word.
end me.
Excuse me?
Fucking end me.
End you?
Yes.
One more.
Yes, sir.
Judge, can we approach the bench?
Yes. Jury, it is 2:14. I have a matter that I have to discuss with counsel at this point in time outside of your presence. So I'm going to ask you to retire to the deliberation room. We'll bring you back in as promptly as possible. Again, similar instruction that I've given you. Please do not conduct any independent investigation or research as to the person, places, things, or charge involved, and do not have any discussions amongst yourselves or anyone else about those things. We'll bring you back as promptly as possible. Thank you. Y'all may be seated. Thank you. State, you can proceed with any argument at this point in time.
Judge, I believe that's pretty close to what we already knew from the deposition testimony. doctors relaying what she said for the proffer. What we have here is testimony from the defendant. Her timeline is she comes downstairs after having gone up to the shower and hiding, laying down, after being declared to be it. She comes back downstairs, and before she gets back to the bottom of the stairwell, she can see that the victim is in the suitcase trying to get flat because the lid is flopping, and he's not hidden just yet. And so she comes over, and I believe she testified she was moving it around before actually zipping the lid shut, but moving it around, everybody's laughing, it's all fun and games still, and then she zips it, and it's still fun and games, and everybody's laughing, and then at this point she testifies that this is now her opportunity to get on her pulpit to express her true feelings about everything, and that's when she sits down on the couch and opens up her phone device and begins recording what later turns out to be IMG _1062.movie at 11:12:45 for 2 minutes and 3 seconds. During this period of time, the decedent is expressing meekly that he can't breathe. The only time he ever curses at her is, "Sarah, I can't fucking breathe. Babe, I can't fucking breathe." He is demonstrating under the law that he is in fear of losing his life. She has committed an aggravated assault. She has committed false imprisonment. She was the initial aggressor. There was no overt act to justify these actions that she took against her boyfriend. She then goes on to say that during this period of time between the end of the movie at 11:14:48 seconds and before the next one starts at 11:23, that it's now at this time, while he's still constrained and clearly unable to get out under his own power despite having his hand out, she begins beating him with a bat, poking his hands, poking the suitcase with a deadly weapon. A bat is used for baseball, but it can also be used to harm another person. And according to the medical examiner's testimony, there was great harm caused to him, deep ecchymosis bruises. You can't start to do that out of fear, like the analogy I gave earlier. If I pull a gun to rob you, Judge, and you pull a gun, I can't shoot you in self-defense. She started this. She started this. There was no overt act. And therefore, we're asking for you to prevent, under the case law, any prior instances of any reputation evidence and any battered spouse syndrome evidence, because that's simply just what the case ended up being. Thank you.
Response.
Judge, this was a game by two intoxicated people. When people are drunk and intoxicated, they do silly and stupid things. The evidence is uncontroverted that George Torres willingly, by his own choice, elected to hide in the suitcase. By their interaction between the two of them, giggling and laughing at each other, he consented to her zipping up the suitcase. And the playful nature of what was going on during those few minutes prior to the video. When the video is turned on, there's a 2-minute period where they're talking. He's saying, "I need to get out, I can't breathe." She's not taking him seriously. As you've seen from the videos, I thought it was the boy crying wolf. She did not appreciate the fact that he could be actually having trouble breathing. And this was a chance for him to be heard by her about how she felt about some things involving their relationship. A short time later, the video was turned off, and then that period has been testified to by my client. And that period is uncontroverted. That's a second period of time. We've got that time for the video. We got the 11 minutes. We got the 22 seconds. And there's no video, there's no audio, there's no eyewitness, there's nothing but Sarah Boone's testimony. And she's testified here today that they had words, there were threats, he got his hand out of the suitcase. She knew by the threats and him getting his hand out of the suitcase that he was about to get out of the suitcase and he was going to hurt her. A reasonable person under that scenario would believe she was about to be harmed. She was an imminent threat of harm. She blocked that attack by grabbing the bat, hitting his hand. It didn't work. She started poking him with the bat and the suitcase. Eventually, she poked him several times. He put his hand inside the suitcase. She put the bat up and she flipped him over right side up. She still had a fear, knowing that if he got out, she would be harmed. He would beat her up. She went upstairs. That is an overt act based on the discussions, coupled with the fact that he threatened her, using the word, "I'm going to fucking end it for you," or some words to that effect. I don't remember her exact words just before she went upstairs while he was still in the suitcase. If she would have laid, this is a crime. Now this event involving an omission, failure to act, failure to zip him at that point before she went upstairs. The failure to act, the failure to unzip, which would have let him out, which would have created a situation that she believed was imminent bodily harm to herself. And I guess I'll give a couple of examples. Let's say that a police officer is called to a scene and the only thing he hears is there is a suspect and the suspect may be armed. So of course the officer pulls out his revolver and he's walking around. Well, then eventually he finds the suspect and the suspect reaches for his waist. The officer doesn't see the gun, but the officer sees the movement to the waist. The officer fires and shoots the suspect. The officer is justified because there's an immediate threat of harm. The officer has to react instinctively. There's no time to think. Similar to the actions that Sarah Boone. Another example, you're in a bar with your buddies and you've had something to drink and another group has had something to drink and one of your buddies gets into an argument with one of the buddies on the other party. And one of your friends seeing that it's being escalated and the guy that's arguing with your buddy is aggressive, more aggressive than your buddy is. Your buddy's trying to settle the thing, but this other individual, maybe he's had too much to drink and he's more aggressive. So you go around this individual and before he's able to strike your buddy, you grab him. You lock him up. That's physical restraint to block an attack. Or you grab him by the neck and you choke him. Physical restraint to block an attack. That's what she was doing with the suitcase. If she let him out of the suitcase, she was going to be harmed based on him trying to get out with his hand, based on the threats he made while he had his hand out, and based on the threats he made while he had his hand inside just before she went upstairs. Thank you.
Thank you. Court's going to review all the case law that it's obtained in its research in this matter and come back with an oral ruling momentarily. Thank you.
Yeah, this is sort of a mess. I don't believe that what um I don't believe that what Sarah is saying did any help for her, and I'm trying to figure out what is the attorney trying to say. Like, all I got from her testimony, because I heard the interrogation more than once, and the story that she's telling on the stand is definitely different than in the interrogation. Um, and I'm not going to say I must have missed it if they're not allowing the interrogation video in. I know that they did have an issue with it. It was because they said that her Miranda rights wasn't read. And so, that I don't know if they were able to take that off the table, but hold on, y'all. And so that, y'all, I don't think that her testimony helped her at all. I think it hurt her. And what her attorney is alleging is out of this world. That man got his finger through the tiny zip hole, and somehow she got afraid that what was going to happen to her when he got out of if he got out of the suitcase. Now, allegedly, I'm going to say alleged because I don't see it anywhere in this trial. Allegedly, um, all of her neighbors said that she was the aggressor. Yeah, they did, get into it often, but she was the aggressor. So, there are male um, DV victims as well as female. So I'm just not buying this new story that she's telling. And where did she get this story from? During the interrogation, she said that she wasn't even drinking. She denied that point. And so now she's using it as part of her defense. So it's going to be very interesting to see what um, the judge comes back and rules when he makes an oral motion. But however, preparing for this trial to start, I was supposed to be covering the whole trial. I didn't, but I'm definitely streaming her live today, her on the stand. But I did watch this attorney, and I had got tired of it with all of the attorneys that she had went through. So, I kind of like fell off a little bit because I got tired of every time you turn around, it was something. It was another thing in the news. I mean, and definitely, Sarah's very entertaining to watch. She is. However, I'm not buying this story. I am so sorry. My thoughts and prayers goes out to George's family. Now I understand that they were probably a toxic couple, but I'm not. The neighbors and everyone around where they lived said that she was the aggressor. They used to watch her attacking him. He would try to get on the bike and leave. She would attack him. So for her to get on the stand and play like Molly the maid, Miss Goody Two Shoes, I hope nobody else is buying it because I'm just not. I'm not buying that one way or the other. Whichever way it goes, male, female, I hit you, you hit me. His family knew that there was abuse going on both ways, but families get tired of going through that nonsense over and over and over again. So the family um, had told him, like, we're tired of bringing you here, and then when she comes over and you leave with her. This is the last time that we're going through it. We're not going through it anymore. If you leave today, then that's just it for you. And that's what happened with them. But my whole thing is, not only did they drink one bottle of wine, they drank two, and now she's trying to say that this man stole her car and went and was supposed to be going to the supermarket, but he went to the store to buy some another bottle of wine. Another story that she's just coming up with. And I understand her defense, their priority is to get her off, is to make sure that she's found not guilty, or she's a battered woman, and that's why she did what she did, because she was in fear of her life, right? But it doesn't make a difference whether she's a male or a female. If you're the abuser, you're the abuser, and that's just it. And that's just it. And everybody got to pay a price. This man paid with his life. He had children. This case hasn't been too long, so if she's saying his children are 30 something and 20 something years old, they were already grown when this happened. Unless my math skills is just not working. And I'm doing the math from my head. She said his daughter is 30 something and one of them is 20 something years old. So why would you be arguing with your mother? Because she did say that previously, that she was arguing back and forth with the mother of his children. So why would you be? I got so many questions and I don't have the answers. So we're just gonna go back over here. I'm just gonna bring this back on stage, and when the judge comes out to make his oral ruling on the motion that her attorney just tried to stand up there and put together for her, then we'll hear it. But until then, I'm not buying Sarah Boone. Sorry, not sorry.
kicked the dogs as a threat to her. So to get her to do what he wanted, he used the dogs. She was in fear for their safety, so she will testify about this threat.
Relevancy objection is overruled.
Identification, defense identification number N, or letter N, one photograph. It's a photograph of the living area, but also the stairs, and it shows that one of the allegations by the state is that the defendant.
Okay, no objection.
No objection to, assuming all the normal practice.
Now, Judge, this is where he took a bat. It's 5 photographs where he took a bat to the TV, to Sarah's TV.
My understanding, is this O? This is still O, correct?
Yes.
My understanding from the state is there's no objection so long as the foundation is established.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
We also intend to produce the video. There's a short video on
It's on
Sarah's.
the state too, we're not objecting to that.
Okay.
As long as it's foundation.
No objection so long as foundation is established.
P, identification, defense identification P, is 2 photographs of an incident in which
No objection as long as foundation is laid, is that correct?
All right, no objection so long as appropriate predicate is established.
these next ones are individual photographs, not composites, but Q for identification is 1 photograph.
Is that part of the right stuff that we already done?
I was told this was separate from the burn. This was, I think, a slap or something, or a hand to the leg, not the burn.
No objection to foundation laid.
With regard to Q, no objection so long as the appropriate foundation is laid.
Identification R,
No objection as long as foundation laid.
No objection to R so long as foundation is laid.
S,
Same for S.
identification,
With regard to S, no objection so long as foundation is laid.
Same for
T,
T.
No objection by the long as appropriate foundation is laid.
For U.
No objection from the state so long as appropriate foundation is laid for U. Same for V.
Same for W.
W.
Same for X.
X.
Same for Y.
Y.
identification for A.
Were these the ones that we addressed pre-trial?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
No problem with that being demonstrative aid.
Okay.
In terms of introducing this as an exhibit into evidence.
Duplicative, competitive.
Is it contained in K through Y?
Yes.
Then, is that accurate?
I believe so. I know the clerk probably doesn't want the blow up, but
If it's
it's going to be easier to handle the clerk to handle the 8.5 by 11.
if it's allow you to use it for demonstrative purposes, but I'm not going to accept it into evidence as it is duplicative. What already in evidence is X, different marked X.
And then identification C.
Same thing, same photographs.
That was it was one of the earlier ones we addressed. M or N was the staircase.
And
Okay, for the same reasons, you can utilize it for demonstrative purposes, but It's duplicative as the exhibit itself will be entered into evidence, presumably.
D, identification.
Same thing, it's one of the photographs and it's on the state's digital.
Any disagreement that it's included in your pre-marked?
I agree.
Okay, then same ruling. It is duplicative. You can utilize it for demonstrative purposes.
Identification E.
Same thing.
Is it included, sir, in K through Y?
Yes.
Then for the same reasons, it's duplicative. You can utilize it for demonstrative purposes only.
F, identification.
Same thing.
It's included in your submittals?
Yes.
All right, same ruling. Duplicative, you can utilize it for demonstrative purposes, but it will not be accepted into evidence.
Identification G.
Same thing.
Is it included in your submittal, sir? All right, for the same reasons, I find it's duplicative. You can utilize it for demonstrative purposes, but not seeking it into evidence.
H.
Same thing.
Yes.
Same ruling. You can use it for demonstrative purposes, but it will not be received into evidence by virtue of it being duplicative.
Identification I.
Same as T.
Any disagreement with that, sir?
No, sir.
All right, same ruling. If my court finds it's duplicative, you can utilize it for demonstrative purposes.
Identification. Madam Clerk.
Hang on, is that the house?
It's either Delta or B.
I think that's Bravo. It's at the defense porch with the two dogs?
Yes.
That was pre-marked before trial as Bravo.
B. Same.
It was as defense M. Relevancy objection is overruled, but I'm not going to allow the enlargement as it's duplicative, as the native photo is in evidence. But you can use it for demonstrative
Yeah, I
purposes.
probably want to use these in closing. Use this. Use that for the.
However you see fit, sir.
Okay. This is not working today.
I can't speak to that. I don't know that anybody today has utilized it.
I know.
But that's not connected to the overhead. That's separate and apart from the overhead.
Okay. Oh, okay. Judge, what other evidence do we have? Body cams? Excuse me? Nothing else? Nothing else, Sarah. There may be some body cam footage to refresh memories. We've got two deputies out there.
Okay. Any other exhibits with regard to Ms. Boone at this point in time, Mr. Owens?
Counsel?
Any reason why we cannot ask Mr. Owens to continue his inquiry of Ms. Boone and have her return to the witness stand? All right. Mr. Owens, anything else we need to discuss, sir?
One moment.
Sure.
Judge, I think we're ready.
Okay. If we can bring Ms. Boone back up to the witness stand. She is seated. We can bring back in our panel. Let's go ahead and stand and bring back in our panel. State, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, sir.
Defense, do you recognize our jury?
Yes.
All right, thank you. All can be seated. Members of the jury, again, you could, once seated, raise your hands to confirm that you complied with the court's instructions during our last break. Record reflect all hands have been raised. Mr. Owens, you may continue with your inquiry, sir.
Thank you, Judge. So I think we left, you had called your ex-husband? All right. After you called your ex-husband, what happened after that?
I ended up falling asleep.
Okay. Do you remember waking up the next morning?
Yes,
Did you sleep in?
not intentionally.
Okay. But you didn't get up at 8 o'clock, did you?
No,
Did you wake up closer to noon?
I believe so, yes.
Did you check the time?
No,
Now, did you hear your phone ringing?
yes, my phone was ringing.
And did you answer it right away?
No,
Do you know how many times it rang before you answered it?
I believe the call was about 3 times.
Did you know who was calling?
I figured it was my ex-husband.
And why would he be calling?
To make sure that I was still on schedule to pick up our son.
At 3 that afternoon?
Correct.
And he goes to school there close by?
Yes.
All right. When you woke up, did you stay in bed for a while?
For a little while, yes.
Tell the jury what happened when you got up.
I knew it was my ex-husband calling repeatedly. I didn't answer right away because one of our problems is that he doesn't understand that I'm doing things around the apartment and looking for jobs and so on and so forth. So I inevitably just let it ring, and I laid in the bed, and I figured that George was downstairs either drinking or looking for jobs, or may have just left. And so eventually I decided to get out of the bed and start moving to go downstairs. I was motivated enough to go downstairs, and when I went downstairs, it was very quiet. So I had the understanding, I believe, that he had left. And
Did you check to see if he was, where would he be looking for a job at?
usually on the couch, he would have my son's laptop, and he and I, which we would share.
Y'all, the son's laptop?
Correct.
And the TV was not working at this time?
The TV was not there.
Okay. So you thought he would be in the living room on the laptop?
Yes.
He was not there?
No.
Where else did you look for him?
I looked on the back porch. I went through the front door to see if my car was there, thinking maybe he had taken my car. I checked the bathroom, and when I was checking the bathroom, I saw the suitcase, and I remembered about the night prior, and I unzipped the suitcase.
Let me stop you there. You said you were in the bathroom when you saw the suitcase, or coming out of the bathroom?
No. Where our bathroom is, I would have to go from here, and then when I turned around, I noticed the suitcase, and I remembered.
How did you feel when you saw the suitcase?
I don't think I'd ever experienced anything like that before.
Describe it for the jury.
I guess it was I was aghast, and I just can't describe the feeling.
Bless you.
Terror to
Bless you.
a certain degree.
I'm sorry, say that again now.
It was terror to a certain degree. I just can't describe it in words, the feeling of remembering. And then he was still in there.
So what did you do?
I immediately unzipped the suitcase. I was screaming, George, 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 and I was shaking him. And I pulled him out, and I stretched him out flat, and then I began instantly trying to do CPR, and then was trying to look for a pulse or a breath or just anything, and was just screaming his name over and over and over again, and come on, George, and I continued CPR, and I continued CPR, and he was gurgling, and
What color was he?
what color was he?
Yes.
He was purple.
At some point, did you call your ex-husband?
Yes, when he started to gurgle, and I knew that my ex-husband is notorious for bringing my son over in very inopportune times when George is possibly drunk or doing things not appropriate for my son to see. And I just didn't know what to do. It was just a quick, knee-jerk reaction. Ryan was kind of my go-to person because of my family being deceased, and I don't have anyone else that I can call. I just wanted to ensure that he would not bring my son over because of all of this at some point.
So you called him.
I called him.
Did you ask him what to do? Tell him to come over?
I told her.
Did you tell him?
Yes, I did.
And how far? You said 5 minutes from house to house?
Yes.
Did you call him back?
Yes, because he was taking long. I felt the seconds were, yes. I'm still doing CPR at the same time in the process of it. I'm doing CPR, I don't know how many times.
Did he get there?
Yes.
Did he walk in?
Yes.
Did he walk out?
Yes.
What did he tell you to do?
911.
What did you do?
I called him.
Is that the recording we've heard here in this trial?
Yes.
George?
I do to this day.
Why did you love him?
George was very passionate. George was a very real person. George was nice to me on the good days. George complimented me. George and I were two bodies with one soul, he and I would always say. I don't believe that I've ever had a connection with anyone like I have with George.
Did you have that connection with your ex-husband?
I did not.
Was it even close?
No.
George has some good traits, doesn't he?
Very much.
Did George have some bad traits?
He did.
Did you drink too much?
I did.
Did George drink too much?
Yes.
Tell the jury about George's drink.
If George was able to, he would drink from sun up to sundown. And me having my son and trying to work and maintain the home and just have a life, a normal life as best as I could, somehow that upset George. And because I had a certain dollar amount from my divorce settlement, at one point it was from wine we could afford vodka, so a lot of the times he would take my and my debit card and go buy the, we call them handles, of vodka, which is the big bottle. And sometimes he would finish that all off on his own throughout an entire period of a day into an evening. That's honestly where I thought that he was going to be that morning when I came downstairs, because he's notorious for just automatically already being outside from drinking all the time.
All right. And you said you have an alcohol problem. George has an alcohol problem.
Yes.
How did George's drinking adversely affect you?
It would debilitate my ability to help him the way that I was always trying to help him, because it would be one good day, a day of survival, and then it would be another day where I'm having to peel him off of me and call 911.
Why would he get that way? Tell us his pattern as it relates to drinking and then.
Okay.
Approach. Objections overruled for now.
Y'all were together 3.5 years? Is there times when he would get to a state of intoxication where he would get violent against you?
Quite often.
Judge, can I approach the witness?
Yes. As long as you show it to the state first, please.
I'm going to show you defense exhibit for identification P. It's 2 photographs. Could you look at those photographs and see if you recognize those?
I do.
Are those 2 pictures of your body?
Yes.
Injuries to your body?
Yes.
Were those injuries caused by George Torres?
Yes.
Are those photographs a fair and accurate depiction of the injuries you sustained at the hands of George Torres?
On this occurrence, yes.
You remember this occurrence?
I don't. It was so often.
You don't remember a specific,
I don't.
but you're sure that you.
Yes.
Is that the injuries that he? What's the injury to the rib cage?
I don't remember specifically. These may be the pictures. So, when we used to go over to his brother's house, one of his brothers and his.
Non-responsive.
Sustained.
You don't have to answer the
Oh,
question. Do you know what happened to? Did George cause these injuries?
yes.
All right. Were you all both drinking at that time?
I don't remember on this instance.
Judge, I'd like to move this exhibit of evidence.
Okay.
All right, what was pre-marked as P will be received into evidence without objection as Defense Exhibit 2.
I'm not sure I know how I heard this.
Mr. Owens, may I give it to Tanya? Just a number, please. Thank you.
Would you be so kind? Thank you.
And I need to ask permission to publish.
Yes, sir. You may do so.
This is magnified, Judge.
Looks like I think there's a wheel on the top where you can use to. There.
Ms. Boone, is that you?
Yes.
Are those injuries to your arm?
Yes.
Were they caused by George Torres?
Yes.
And during the same incident, is this you?
Yes.
Is that an injury or bruise to your
Yes.
arm?
Yes.
I'll show you identification, defense identification Q. See if you recognize that photograph.
Yes.
Is that your thigh?
Yes.
Okay. You remember this incident?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what happened?
I wanted to take my dogs for a walk and get off of the.
Were y'all drinking?
Yes. And he was upset that I would rather go walk my dogs than sit there and continue to drink. So he slapped my thighs possibly hard as he possibly could and said, "You're not going anywhere." And it was a good smack on my thigh.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the wound that you suffered as a result of George Torres sliding you on the thigh?
Yes.
Judge, I'd like to offer Q in evidence.
No objection.
What was pre-marked as Q will be received into evidence without objection as Defense 3. You may, sir.
And for the jury's sake, is this the photograph you just mentioned?
Yes.
I'm going to show you identification, defense identification S. See,
I do.
is that your hand?
Yes.
Is that your blood on your hand?
Yes, it is.
Is that you standing, looks like in a room with flip-flops?
This is in the kitchen at Brian's house.
Okay, what happened there?
So George was very drunk, and I wanted to leave, and he's notorious for taking my car keys and putting them around his neck, and my phone in his crotch area, and telling me to come get them. And I really wanted to leave because of how drunk, and I knew the escalation of his anger. I didn't want to be there when it was at its peak. So I tried to take my keys from around him because he kept taunting me to take my keys, come get your keys. And so I attempted to go and get my keys. And so he ended up getting a butcher knife. And I had an opportunity to call Brian to come and help me, to please come pick me up, to come get me. And of course, he brings my son with him. And so I'm in the parking lot asking Brian to please help me get my car keys away from him, and there's neighbors, and it's a scene at this point. And George comes to the doorway of my townhome wielding the butcher knife, saying that, do I curse?
Yeah.
That no one's going to take her fucking keys, no one's going to fucking come into this house, and he's waving the butcher knife. And I walked up to him, and I just wanted to leave, and my little son, who was, I believe, 7 or 8 at the time, is screaming, give mommy her keys, give mommy her keys, let her leave. Brian was negotiating with him, saying, please, you know she'll come back, just let her leave. So I went up to try and take the keys from him, and he was pulling on them, and I ended up pulling harder, and he pulled them back again house, and I pulled them even harder, and it ripped my finger. And at one point, I had lost a fingernail, and the tip of my pinky was severely gashed.
Judge, I'd like to offer this amendment.
What was it pre-marked as, Counselor?
Looks like S, but Madam Clerk,
What was pre-marked as defense S will be received into evidence without objection as defense 4.
Ms. Boone, for the jury's sake, is this the picture you refer to? Is that the nail? Was it on? Still on?
I believe so, yes.
Now I'm showing you a composite identification L, 2 photographs. Can you look at those photographs and tell the jury what they are?
I wanted to eat, and while went and made myself, as quickly as I possibly could, a microwave bowl of, I believe it was broccoli and cheddar soup, and I didn't get it out enough time, and he came up behind me and he slapped it out of my hand, and it was a 2nd-degree burn. I went to the hospital for it.
Are those fair and accurate descriptions of the injury with the burn to your thigh?
Yes.
We'd like to offer identification L in evidence.
No objection.
What was pre-marked as L will be received into evidence without objection as defense 5. Yes, sir.
You had to go to the hospital as a result of these injuries to your thigh?
Yes.
Okay.
Extremely painful.
Is that a depiction of the burn?
Yes.
That's your thigh?
It's my thigh, yes.
And your knee? Okay, 4 photographs. Did you look at those all 4 before commenting? This is a longer story, isn't it? Go ahead and tell.
So, George stabbed me in my leg. I almost bled to death.
All right, well, let's go back and explain what led up to that.
I thought it would be nice to cook a nice steak dinner. We don't have 2 nickels to rub together, so it would be special to make a steak dinner and make potato and go above the normal whatever's left over in the refrigerator. And so I spent a lot of time doing that, and George was drinking the entire time, and on the back porch.
You were drinking as well, were you not?
I was drinking. He was on the back porch while I was in the house and I was cooking. And it was one of those where maybe if I start making dinner now, it will be over at a particular time and we can go to bed at a reasonable time. And I even put it in the bedroom and had a movie set up for us to watch. So it would just kind of be dinner in bed. And then he came upstairs and saw that I had made the steak dinner, and I don't know how to describe how drunk he was, but it definitely was not George. And had him come lay on the bed, sit on the bed, and, you know, put the, I got the dogs out. I presented him with a steak dinner and sat down and was getting ready to start playing the movie. And he starts being very rude and cursing the steak and finding fault with it. And then, you know, I'm having to encourage him to eat. You know, if you want me to cut it up for you, I will cut it up for you. Did you want some more sour cream for your potato? What can I do to make you happier? And then he started to pull on me and kept saying that, excuse me, that I just want to fuck you on the steak and fuck you on the potatoes. And I took offense to that, and I kept trying to encourage him to eat. I started to eat.
Was this just him really drunk and saying nonsense?
I don't know why he was so angry that day. I don't know if it's because I don't know. Most of the time I don't know the reason why. I couldn't take it anymore. Obviously, I was not going to be able to eat, so I started to crawl off of the bed to leave, just the bedroom. And he told me again anywhere, and he stabbed me in my leg, and it crunched. You could hear a noise that it made, and blood just started to come out of my leg, just like a fountain. So I got it. He's starting to freak out, and grabbed me a towel. I got a wet towel, and I'm sitting here holding the towel, and it's increasingly becoming even more and more saturated by the minute. It's just minutes. So I threw towels, and I said, George, I think I need to go to the hospital. This is not stopping to bleed. This is serious. And he got on his knees and begged, please don't call the police. Please don't call the police. Please don't call the police. And inevitably, he went and got my car keys and put them around his neck again, and myself. So I was not able to call anyone, and I wasn't able to leave in my car. So I would go downstairs, and I'm just going to go downstairs, and I popped my foot up on the glass table that we had, and blood is just everywhere. Blood is everywhere. I can't keep up with the amount of blood. I'm starting to feel very weak and really weird. He comes downstairs and he's still begging me, please don't call 911, please don't call 911. I kept telling him, there's something, this is serious, this is something. Because he knew that he would probably get arrested or something would happen to him. So I couldn't take him anymore. He was just all over me and just, I'm bleeding. I'm bleeding very badly, and he's having me try to console him. And I kept telling him, please, I need to call 911, please. And I said, okay, just give me a moment. And I crawled upstairs to my son's bathroom, which is the furthest bathroom away from everything. And I remember holding onto the sink. And I looked into the mirror and my lips were blue. I knew I needed help. I needed help. And he came upstairs looking frantic for me, calling my name, and then I turned to him and I said, please, I'm going to die. I've lost a lot of blood. There's something wrong. My lips are blue. Please, please, we don't have to call an ambulance. If you could just take me, I'll drive whatever I can do, please, to go to the hospital for this. And he said that before anything happens, I had to concoct a story in order for him to not be arrested or be in trouble when we did inevitably get to the hospital. So I'm sitting there with this blood-soaked towel with blue lips, trying to come up with a story of what I can tell them when I go down there so he's not in trouble, and telling him that it's okay. And I came up with the story of that we were sword fighting silly after drinking with our steak knives, and he punctured my leg. And from there...
How did you get to the hospital?
Originally, he told me to drive, and because of the amount of alcohol that he drank, and I couldn't. So he got into the driver's seat, and the entire time he's looking at me to make sure that I get the story straight. We're sword fighting, okay? We were drunk,
Did you go to
being
the
silly.
room?
Yes.
All right, and did you get treated there?
Yes. I was bloody, and
All right, let me show you the photographs. Can I show you these? All right, is this a fair and accurate depiction of the injury to your leg?
yes, I had to go to 2 different hospitals for it.
And you lied to medical personnel about how this happened?
Yes, they brought in sheriffs and everything.
Was it consistent with, they brought in sheriffs? Did you have to answer to the law enforcement officer?
Yes,
Did you stick with your agreement?
I did.
Judge, I'd like to offer this composite exhibit.
What was pre-marked as K will be received into evidence without objection as Defendant 6. You may publish, sir.
Thank you. And is this you at the hospital?
Yes.
Is this the stabling to your leg?
Yes. Never.
Is this a close-up of the stabling?
Yes.
And is that, was that, did you hurt your foot?
No. Due to the injury, I had problems with the injury.
Okay. But you eventually recovered?
Eventually, yes.
Do you have a scar to that effect?
I do.
Judge, can you step down and show me?
Mr. J? Okay. You may. There's a lock, sir. Out.
All right, I don't know how the rest of you, this judge, because we've got this ball.
They can probably see it from there.
Is this the injury here? Looks like there's an indentation. All right, I'm showing you identification T. You recognize that photograph?
I do. Yes.
All right. Looks like you got an injury to your lip and to your face. Do you recall this event?
I was trying to sleep, and
Have y'all been drinking?
I'm not sure. I know that he had been drinking. This was one of the instances where I would go upstairs to try to go to sleep.
But y'all drank a lot, did you not?
Sometimes, yes.
There were times where he wanted to stay up and drink and you wanted to go to bed.
Many times, yes.
You were done, he was not.
Correct.
Was that one of these times?
Yes.
So tell us what happened.
I'm sleeping in the bed, sound asleep, and he comes into the room and grabs me by my hair a lot of the times, and from here he scratched me from me and then grabbed my hair, pulled me off of the bed, and then raked my face across the carpet. These are carpet burns.
To your lips?
Yes.
What about up to the, looks like the eyebrow area?
From grabbing me, scratched me and got hold of me by my hair.
Why was he mad at you?
Because I wasn't downstairs with him
He wanted you to be drinking with him?
all the time.
All right, I'd like to introduce identification T and evidence.
What was pre-marked as T will be received into evidence without objection as Defense Exhibit 7.
Permission, Paul.
You may, sir.
All right, you see the injury between the eyes and the injury to the lip,
Yes.
as you described?
Yes, and then the blood going down my eye, yes.
Showing you what has been marked as exhibit for identification, or defense exhibit. You for identification.
Yes,
Can you describe that photograph?
I can.
Go ahead.
This was the first time that I ever called 911. George and I had gone to a bar across the street within walking distance, and at some point I asked a guy, or he asked me, somehow or another it was over a cigarette, and he left, and I didn't know where he went, and the bartender said, oh, he left, he took your car and he left. So
Why would he do that?
well, I found out when I got home, it was because I spoke to another man. And so I paid the tab and I walked home, and he's sitting on the back porch with the handled vodka, and I was walking on eggshells and terrified and kind of treaded lightly when I came in, and he acted all natural and fine. So I didn't know the reason why that he had just gotten up and left with my car. So then he calls me a whore, and then he calls me a slut, and then he calls me a cunt, and gets up and pushes me. And he pushed me with both of his hands so hard that we have this little area where our washer and dryer is, and there are metal doors that are on it. And he pushed me into the metal door. And then I fell back, and he got his knees on top of me, so I was pinned down, and was starting to strangle me, and hit my head up against the metal closet over and over and over and over and over it again, and calling me a fucking whore, and you're such a slut, and fucking, my tongue was flopping out of my mouth, and I thought I was going to bite my tongue off, and because of the amount of noise I guess my head was making on the metal door, he slid me down and got back on me, and then started to strangle me again. And it was on, we have carpet, but it's like concrete, and I was able to get my arms out from underneath and grab his throat and get him off of me. So I pushed him off, and he came up and he goes, "You fucking bitch," and he stomped my face. And the next thing I know, I woke up. I obviously blacked out. I'm obviously, I guess, yes. And he was passed out on the floor, and I woke up frantic, looking for my phone, and I immediately called 911.
The police arrived on that incident?
Yes, they did.
Is this a fair and accurate depiction of the injury you sustained as a result of him kicking you?
Stomping, yes.
It was a stomp?
Stomp.
With his
All I
heel?
saw was his heel.
We ask that this be identification you be admitted today.
What was pre-marked as you will be received without objection is defense 8.
Was that the next day, or is that a few days later?
That's a couple of days later.
And that's the bruising from the thigh?
Yes.
Now, the police will call it, and then I want to go through the jury. Showing you identification V, defense. Do you recognize that? You have to speak it.
Yes.
Can you identify that picture?
Yes.
Is that your leg?
Yes.
And is that was it like injury to your knee?
Yes.
Is that a fair notion of the injury you sustained to your knee?
Yes.
Do you remember how that happened?
Yes.
Did you tell the jury?
I was trying to get off the back porch, and he grabbed me and pushed me, and it was a rock or a really sharp piece of mold from him grabbing me and pushing me onto the ground, and I guess I just happened to hit my knee just right on whatever it was.
Were y'all drinking? Push you.
He comes to get off of the back porch.
And he wanted to stay out there?
Yes.
He wanted you to be with him? What's the deal with him wanting to be with you all the time?
Insecurity, I guess. I don't know.
Did you do your best to please him?
And then some, yes.
All right, I'd like to introduce in evidence identification.
What was pre-marked as V will be received into evidence without objection is defense 9.
Now, was you treated for this, or did you self-treat? Show the jury now.
No, that was just, I got the first aid kit that I had for my son, and I just cleaned it up.
What?
I said I got the kit that I had for my son, and I just cleaned it up and put a band on.
Bart, I'm showing you identification W. That's identification. You recognize that photo? What is that a photograph of?
This is a photograph of my arm.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of your arm with some type of injury?
Yes,
Do you remember this event?
multiple times, yes.
Well, I'm talking about this isolated event where this photograph was taken, the injury you sustained.
Yep,
Who injured your arm?
George Torres.
Do you remember this event?
Yes.
Did you tell the jury about it?
This was one of the instances where I would try to pull away from him, and I don't know how my arm started to do this, but from him pulling from this way, how hard he would pull, with me trying to struggle to get away from him, it would leave these bloody under the skin splotches.
So he wouldn't hit you sometimes, he would just grab you.
Yes, for me to pull away from him, that's the point of it doing this, from me pulling away from him.
This is one of the many times y'all were both intoxicated.
I can't say for sure, but yes, but whenever it would happen, yes, it would be thinking.
Identification W is evidence.
What was pre-marked as W will be received into evidence without objection as Defense Exhibit 10. Yes, sir.
All right, it doesn't look like a wound or anything.
Objection to commentary.
Sustained.
I'm sorry. Tell me, you said it's just from the grip, him losing his grip?
Yes, it would be from me pulling away from him, and whatever under the skin it was that it was disturbed from the amount of pressure of him holding and then pulling from me would create those arms.
Okay. Let's show you Defense Exhibit X for identification.
Yes.
And what is that a picture of?
This is a picture of my ear, side of my head.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction
Yes.
of the injury you sustained by George Torres?
Yes.
Do you remember this event?
Yes.
Were you drinking?
I at the time was not drinking.
On this event, you had not consumed any alcohol.
I mean, I may have earlier. This was another, I was in the bed trying to sleep.
Where was George?
Downstairs drinking.
All right, and so you were wanting to go to bed. He wanted you to stay with him.
Yes, I was in bed.
All right, tell the jury what happened on this event.
I believe this was the instant where I was in the bed and I used to barricade the door with our dresser.
Why didn't you just lock it?
All of the locks were broken in my house.
Or
They were from George taking them, including my son's. At one point I could seek refuge in my son's room, but he broke that one as well.
tell me, explain how that happens. Tell the jury. We can't read your mind.
George wants me, which he has told me numerous times, that I am to be with him at all times and doesn't like to be apart from me or away from me. So whenever it was even just to go to the bathroom sometime, he would go with me. And you have to understand, I have a 2-story, 900 square foot townhome, so there's not many places to go. So it just happened to be that it would be upstairs or downstairs, or I'd be in a particular room or not. So inevitably.
Did you want some time away?
Yes, I did. Even if it were just him upstairs or me downstairs or vice versa. So I rarely got to sleep. This was one of the instances because I had barricaded the door with our, 200-pound dresser that we had. And then I had my nightstand barricaded up against the bed. Where it was even more difficult from the prior times of him breaking in. And he would, I don't know how he would ever do it, but he would get himself in through the crack of the door that he would be able to wedge the dresser in the nightstand. And he pulled me out of the bed and told me I was going to die. And I believe it's this, and punched me and
Punched you in the side of the head?
yes, in
Was
my
it-
temple and everything.
Was it an open fist or a closed fist, or do you know?
It was fully closed.
Like identification X introduced in the
What was pre-marked as X will be received without objection as Defense Exhibit 11.
part I'm showing you. This exhibit. That's you? Did you get any treatment for that? Medical treatment?
I know the police came, but I don't remember. I remember it hurt for a good solid 2 weeks after that.
Was this one of the incidents where the police were called?
Yes.
photograph, which is identification,
Yes.
was that the date of the incident? The date of this event?
No, it happened prior. I mean, but this picture that was taken of the,
This picture was taken, would have been taken February 24th of 2020,
yes,
and do you recognize that as your facial?
yes,
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how your face looked on February 23rd of 2020?
yes.
What's the significance of that picture?
Again, because I was sleeping, George was upset with me and came in with a metal curtain rod and bent it and snapped it in half and then crunched me in the forehead with it. And then started to beat the furniture that was in the bedroom. This is probably a good month before it had happened, before I really do believe that I should have gotten stitches, but I was not allowed to go to the hospital.
Judge, I'd like identification Y introduced into evidence.
It was a gash.
What was pre-marked as Y will be received into evidence without objection as defense 12.
Is that the same curtain rod that you mentioned in the 2-hour interrogation video?
Which they didn't take, yes.
This was photographs that were taken, I guess it would have been the crime scene? Was it the crime scene investigator that came and took photographs?
I don't remember who it was, but yes, someone did on the day of the incident.
Was it different from the extraction, the phone extraction expert? Was it somebody different?
I think.
But isn't this Boone right here?
Yes. And remember, that's a month later.
And that same date, the same time, they took this photograph as well, which is identification R.
Yes.
All right, and what does that depict?
I believe it's from holding the baseball bat, and
Is that an injury to your hand?
it's a bruise.
Was that taken February 23rd, 2020, when the investigators came out on
February 24th, I believe.
February 24th? Okay. I'd like to introduce identification law to the evidence.
Pre-marked as defense R will be received into evidence without objection as defense 13. Yes, sir.
This is not a great photograph. Copy of the copy. But 24th of 2020, is that what you were wearing? You?
Yes.
And there's a discoloration up here of your palm. You see that?
I do.
Is that from you jabbing him with a baseball bat?
Sustained.
Do you know how you suffered that injury?
I believe it's from holding the baseball bat.
When you poked him with it?
Yes, trying to get his hand back in.
I'm showing you defense identification N. Just like 5 photographs. Can you look at those? See if you recognize them.
Yes.
And are those fair and accurate depictions
Yes.
as a composite of the events that occurred in relation to George Torres and the Tinker TV?
Yes. Yes.
All right, are those stills of a videotape that you took?
Yes.
And is that videotape, was it on your phone?
Yes.
So when law enforcement seized the phone, they would have had access to this video?
I believe so, yes.
And tell me about it.
Lucas liked to watch cartoons and play video games on the big screen, this is the big screen, and I would have to call Brian to come over sometimes to help me figure out the Fire Stick and whatever platform or whatever it was that Lucas was trying to view his shows and video games on. And I don't remember how George found out that Brian had come over. I believe because it was actually fixed and he knew that I didn't know how to do it. Found out that Brian had come over to fix it, and
Was he jealous of Brian?
I don't know if he was jealous of Brian. I think that he had a fear that I somehow would go back to Brian. So I think by Brian helping me with things like this, he just didn't want him to be interacting with me at all.
So Lucas wasn't over here this day, was he?
No.
Brian wasn't over here this day.
He may have been, I can't remember when he actually fixed the television for Lucas.
Y'all were drinking this day.
I know he was for a fact, yes.
Chances are you.
Probably so, yes.
Okay.
Agree.
So how did it end up badly?
He accused me of sucking Brian's dick and told me that he was going to break my face with the bat and that he was going to make me unrecognizable to my son with the bat. And then told me that he's going to destroy my fucking television and then I was going to remove it from the apartment. And if I didn't, I was going to be, again, unrecognizable to my son.
So did he grab the bat?
Absolutely. He already had that in his hand, and he told me that I had to videotape it.
Did you videotape it voluntarily?
No.
But there is a video, but I'll not go ahead and ask Judge if I could introduce this identification of these 5 photographs into evidence.
Objection. Was it O or N?
I have O being a composite of 5 photos, and not having a single photo.
We're moving in O. Okay. All right. What was pre-marked as O will be received into evidence without objection as defense 14.
These are some stills from video. This is George. Back there where they hold the bat. Is that the result?
No. After that, he ripped it off of the TV stand.
Did you later pout?
Yep, he usually does.
What's he drinking then?
I don't know. Vodka and something, I'm sure.
I'm showing you identification N. Did you recognize that?
It's my living room and the stairwell.
All right. Were those, was that a photograph taken by a crime scene?
Correct.
Like a fair and accurate depiction of your living room and stairwell?
Yes.
And I'm just trying to introduce this as identification 9 as an exhibit.
No, it's pre-marked as M, correct?
It's got N.
N, I apologize. This N will be received into evidence without objection as defendant's 15.
Can you tell us a little bit about this room?
This is my living room. This wall that we have over here with the hearts, that's where we would display all of our artwork. We were in the process of taking it down to add more, so he could continue to be entertained. The bookshelf over here is my son's bookshelf with all of his toys and little guns and musical instruments. He's got a little karaoke machine down here, his guitar. The stand right here with the red bucket on it, that was the television stand. And then my back porch area and the dog bed here.
Okay. And then it looks like in front of the bookshelf at the foot of the stairs is a doggy.
It's a baby gate, but my dogs would wander upstairs sometimes and go to the bathroom sometimes when we couldn't get them out. But at nighttime, or whenever we weren't home, make sure that they didn't go upstairs. And plus, Penny was blind.
There's an allegation that you pushed George down the stairs?
Apparently.
Or got his suitcase upstairs and pushed him down the stairs?
Supposedly.
Did that occur?
Absolutely not.
Is that bookshelf disturbed in any way?
No, nor the plant next to it.
I'm showing you composite, 2 photographs, identification M. Did you look at those two and see if you recognize them?
Yes, this is me sitting on the back porch with my dogs. And as you can see that we are both drinking.
All right, who's taking the picture?
I'm guessing George is, or maybe it's one that Lucas, no, Lucas wasn't over here, so it had to be George.
How can you tell y'all are drinking?
Because there's a cup here and then he has a beer.
All right, and there's 2 dogs. There's one sitting next to you. Who's that?
That's Penny, she's the blind dog. I used to have to pick her up to put her somewhere so she would stay there because she wasn't familiar with the area, especially since we moved from a marital home to the townhome. So most of the time Penny would be close or next to me.
Who's next to the film?
This is little guard dog Tess. She was the deaf dog. And this is the fence here.
Wow.
Okay, this is Tess, and then this is deaf, blind. Penny and Tess.
All right, and the second one.
This is Tess on the back porch, taking a nap. She was never far from me.
All right, when George was sober, how did he treat the dogs?
Nice. I don't know if he was a pet person, but I mean, he was nice. If I needed him to feed them, he would feed them.
Were there times when George was drinking where he would threaten to harm dogs?
All the time.
All right, we're going to have to tell the jury.
One of the worst threats was Penny being blind. He would actually leave the gate open in the back. He wouldn't threaten me to actually do it on nights that I had to go to sleep or I fled the night before or something. and would tell me that he hoped that I would come back and find her bloated body dead in a pond across the way from our townhome. And Tess was notorious if I wasn't there to go look for me, that he would hope that I would have to scrape up her dead body from the street that was out in front of our apartment complex.
Why was George upset with on the dog?
Anything that he could get to try to have some type of hold over me.
Control?
And he knew I loved my dogs very much, especially that they were handicapped.
Were they afraid of him?
And yes, Penny would hear his voice and instantly go underneath the dining room table that we had. Tess was always fractious and very, very quick with his movements, but she was never far away. They never showed their teeth, they never growled. Tess would occasionally bark, but it was very rare. And he used to kick them and just...
For what reason would he kick them?
He would try to find me because she's blind.
Speculating in the mind of the dog.
Sustained.
I'd like to move identification in and
Any objection? Was pre-marked as M will be received into evidence without objection as defense 16.
Can you describe this for the jury?
This is again the back porch, and this is the fence that I made for the dogs to have a little bit extra space. Penny is next to me. She's my dog, and Tess is down here at guarding the gate.
Are these fake rabbits? Is that
Yes.
in here?
I used to call my son when he was a baby. He was my bunny rabbit.
Relevant.
Overruled.
He was my rabbit, so I used to collect bunny rabbits here and there throughout my house and in my little garden area.
All right, this is the alcohol y'all are consuming,
Yes.
and this is a close-up of which one?
This is Tess. She's the deaf dog.
How old were these dogs at that time, 2020?
Gosh, maybe 9, maybe 10.
Yes. All right, members of the jury, it's 4:03. By show of hands, would you like to take an afternoon break at this point in time? Okay, court sees no hands. We may have to work also a little bit past 5 o'clock, maybe going between 5:45 and 6 this evening. I know juror third from the right, you may have to make a phone call as to that. Does anyone have any concerns about working a little bit later today till 6 o'clock? If you have those concerns, please raise your hand. All right, court sees no hands. Ma'am, are you in a position to step out to see if you can get assistance with childcare, or is that not an option for today? You are? Okay. All right. Excellent. Very good. Thank you very much. I appreciate you all. With that, Mr. Owens, you may continue.
Judge,
Yes, sir.
I think one of the jurors raised their hand.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, juror fifth from the right.
Are we going to get a break before the 5:45 mark? Because if not, then yes, I would like a break.
Then I tell you what, let's go ahead and take it at this time. Y'all, a 15-minute recess. It's 4:04. Hang on. Don't leave yet. I got to tell you a couple things. It's 4:04. I'll see you back here at 4:20. Same instruction as before. Please don't conduct any independent investigation or research as the person, places, things, or charge involved, and don't have any discussions amongst yourselves or anyone else. We'll see you in a couple minutes. Thank you very much.
Jury exiting.
Y'all can be seated.
So that was pretty hard to watch. The only thing that I am going to say about that is that I hope that she is telling the truth. Um, I hope that the story is not fabricated, just to get sympathy. Um, George did lose his life, and the story is just all over the place for me. And I understand that they have proof of when she was hurt, but I wish, you know, all of the evidence just showed. Um, I wish they had a police it up because I was paying attention to this trial when it first came out. It really, really caught my eyes because I couldn't believe that, they, I couldn't believe that, being put in a suitcase. Um, I could not believe that. And when they spoke to her neighbors, her, and like I said, like I was supposed to cover out, but I wound up, things started, getting, messy for me for this month, with, just with my own health, and I had to take a break. But I just hope she's telling the truth. From what the neighbors had originally said, that they both were the aggressors, um, and that most of the time it would be her and not him. So, as you see, where she's sitting on her back porch, there's a couple of her neighbors that said they witnessed her like assaulting George. And the thing for me is, men don't like to, admit when they are in a DV situation. Hi, Code. I just saw you get here. I know you're the different timeline. Sneaky. You said you need a little more time. Yeah. So, Sneaky, I have been watching this first started. It caught my attention because of the suitcase situation. And so, just like you are, Sneaky, I know I am. Probably anybody that's here takes DV situations very seriously. This is Domestic Violence Month. A lot of times, um, DV starts verbally first. A lot of times, you won't, like, you meet somebody, you won't pick up on it because a lot of times it starts verbally. And Sneaky, have you seen her? Have you seen her interrogation video? And it's the reason why, like, her pictures, they are graphic. You know what I'm? They are graphic. Um, Two of them I didn't really see on. I'm not sure if anybody else saw that, but the two pictures. The one where she said, "Well, it was a month ago." I didn't see any bruise on that picture, and I didn't see. It was two pictures. Now the thing is, she exactly what you said, Sneaky, and Sneaky. Just put in the chat if you saw the interrogation video. She's very aggressive, very controlling, and if you look at from the from the time from the time of her arrest till today. Oh, okay. See, you haven't, and you already got that. So you haven't watched the video. So from the time which yet. So if you show that, I'm not sure if they I know I heard it playing during the opening statement for the state, but I haven't been watching it every day. But she's very controlling, very demanding. I don't like the way she uses her son to her advantage. Like, they had a court ordered schedule for visitation, but she never really had her son. Now she can get on the stand now and say, oh, the reason why I didn't now is because of George. No, it is up. That's your child. Nobody's going to come before my children when it comes to a situation like this. And I know all women aren't strong enough to walk away, but I just can't. There's so many other things that I have seen from this case from the beginning. I just need a little. I I'm not sold on this defense that she's trying to use. I don't think that anybody, intoxicated or not, they both drank together. She originally lied about drinking at all. They had 2 bottles of wine that night. They were sitting in the front. She's claiming, now she claims that, oh yeah, oh yeah. Sneaky, you have to go back and look and pull up her interrogation video. oh, she can't. Now you done unalive this man, and so the police talked to her one day, and then they had her come back again, and that's when they arrested her. The second time she shows up, they didn't tell her she was there. They were going to arrest her. They said they had more questions. You were the only other person, and this man died. Unalive. He's unalive. So yeah, you need to come down here every chance that we ask you to come down here to ask questions. Do you know she said they were questioning her, so she's like, "Are you finished? Because I have some questions of my own. I want to know when I'm getting my laptop back. Let me see what else did I have written here. Oh, the funeral. Um, and the officer was like, I don't think you should be worried about his funeral. She wanted to ask his family about the funeral. If that is not such a huge slap in the face, and just the way she is, I think it's just her personality. She doesn't. I've never seen her cry. She has a very I think she has she's a narcissist. When they interrogated her, she responded one time like, well, everything that I do is I'm good at it. Everything that everything that I do, I'm good at it. I actually excel at everything that I do. That was her response. That was her response. Like when they were talking to her in the interrogation room, this man is unalive. You worried about getting a laptop back? She asked them when can they return the suitcase. Yeah, cringy is an understatement. Sneaky, if you get a chance, because I know you can appreciate stuff like that. I just pull up her interrogation video. Hopefully they'll show it here. They should. But she's she's very aggressive. You hit that right on the nose. It's very, it's cringe. Um, and I don't see how, I'm just not convinced at this point right now. Even with her being on the stand, I'm not convinced. When you look at the totality of the whole case, if you go back to the beginning, through all the stuff that she, took the attorneys through. So the attorneys that she have now, um, they actually wanted to, they took her case on because she didn't have an attorney. So the judge has said, you know what, I'm tired. You're going to be your own attorney. And then they started bringing stuff to the evidence and stuff, and all the work that the attorneys had did up until that time, to they started delivering it to her. She needed to do her research to be able to defend herself. And when she saw how big of a task it was, it just turned into something else. But you have to see the letters and stuff that she wrote the judge. You had to see how she spoke to this judge. And when I tell you, I'm not no sneaky, I'm not. When I tell you that this judge is very thorough, and I like him because he's been very fair to her, but he's not letting her get away with anything. I can say that about this. He's been very fair. He's been very patient. Oh, Nightbot done showed up, y'all. I don't know where Nightbot came from. He comes in when he feels like it. Nightbot. Yeah, you said I'm Sneaky. You know about Nightbot. I forgot how you got to be. Yeah, he just showed up just now. Nightbot, don't put nothing that's incorrect in my chat, or you going all the way off. She no, she did so much. it's a lot, like, but it's very interesting. And the fact that you were able to pick up on her body language and her attitude without even watching anything from her is very telling. Um, and I just don't. I feel so bad for her son. She said her son is 14 now. Thank goodness he wasn't there when this happened. But he still has to go to school, and it's just this stuff is all over the internet. And then even her acting a fool up until now um, is all over, all over the internet. And so the previous attorneys told her basically with her story, they didn't think that she would win a battered wife's syndrome defense. And a lot of them were, showing her what she was up against. So I think that was a lot of the friction. And this group of attorneys, I think they're all at the same firm, have decided to defend her and, go with the defense that she wanted them to go with. And so we're here. But I did see this attorney, the attorney that's leading and talking with her. Well, especially in person, that's good too. I do too. Um, so a lot of time, this attorney, he did go on YouTube and put up a post. I'm thinking about taking the Sarah Boone case. Do you guys think that I'm crazy? But I mean, I don't think that he's crazy. I believe that it's a big challenge, but here we are. Um, and but this attorney is, I mean, I understand that you guys are doing this pro bono and she's not paying you or whatever. So this attorney's whole thing is to win, and they're still defending her, you know, despite her not paying them, despite this being pro bono. We have some attorneys that are paid that don't even care about defending you correctly, let alone having, somebody that's not able to pay out of the pocket. A lot of people don't care what's going on with their case. That's, what happened in the YSL trial to the young man that got, after he took the stand for the state, he wouldn't agree to something in the plea agreement, so they locked him back up. But the sad thing is that at the time that they read the plea agreement, he already had problems with the way, I think it was number 6, 7, the plea agreement 6, 7, and 8, the way it read. His attorney kept going back to them saying he doesn't agree with this. His mom was on the verge of passing away, which she did. He wanted to get home to his mother. So he's like, okay, whatever. But he had a whole attorney with him. And this is what I'm explaining right now. He had an attorney with him, but his attorney said he didn't have enough money for me to stay on this case and for him to fight the case. So he took the deal. So the fact that he had the attorney when he took the deal, and the fact that, in my opinion, the judge that's over that case now is biased. She's letting a lot of stuff in, a lot of stuff through. I don't understand how we depending on Instagram for most of their evidence, when anybody can hack an Instagram account and make or make a duplicate account. We see it all the time in the court of law. How do you not know this? How are you letting this evidence come in and saying, oh, this was posted on so and so on so and so's page, and you're allowing it in as evidence? I've never been, when the YSL trial is just something that's crazy to me right now. They don't have any evidence against young Doug. No evidence. The only thing that they have, the only thing that he is charged with is that count 1 RICO. And how he gets charged with that is everybody else that they had in this case, everything that they have done, they're able to put it on Young Thug as well. What are we doing in the United States of America today? How are you putting crimes on him? This man was on tour all over the world. They did they did no background check on this guy, on Doug, about how much money he makes, um, whether or not he's in any campaigns. Let me tell you something. Them big campaigns that Doug was in, he could make $1 million easy on the campaigns that he did. Easy. Him and all them dresses and stuff they was making from him from these, high end designers. Easy. He on a cover of magazines and stuff. Easy. But they did no homework on his they did no homework on his success. But you're using his success against him, even though he committed no crimes, but everybody else committed crime. Like it is mind boggling to me. And to me, it's a thing of jealousy. Like, who are you to be from this part of Georgia and make it out, and not just make it out, but be rich? I got a lot of problems with, the YSL trial. Now, there is a lot of guys that's on the trial that are guilty, and they should have been they should have charged them without trying to go for this RICO. But because we haven't seen RICO yet. But it's just sad. Even they have proof that other people have wrote some of Thug's songs. The lyrics. It is art. How can you tell what's in somebody's head? How can he put out a song in 2015 and a crime gets committed in 2018, and you said it's because of the song that he wrote in 2015? Girl, they're going by, oh, well, that's when YouTube posted it on their page. What? That's not when he came out with the song, though. So they're using 3 of his songs. One of the songs is very popular, Lifestyle. These fools done said he made that song talking about his lifestyle because he gets people to handle his business and to unalive them, and while he keeps his hands clean. When it's definitely the other way around, and they have proof. He has been telling these boys. That's something that I had to do growing up. We don't have to do that no more. I'm going to employ you, give you a job, so that you don't have to do crime anymore. Then they started saying how he started cutting them off. If you did not, start straightening your act up, Doug cut them off. He was cutting them off. Like, no, you don't have to do that no more. And so, yeah, it's just really, really sad that's even going on over there at this point. Like I said, a lot of them, they have a lot of evidence against the other people. Some of the people they gave immunity to, that's just a whole mess over there. So, I don't even know what to say about that. I'm so upset. It doesn't make a difference about, uh, you know, all that type of, none of that stuff makes a difference. Y'all, go on over, Sneaky. I didn't finish doing, editing that video so I can put it in there, but I'm going to put, Sneaky Links, chat in the description. She does great work on her channel, and it doesn't make a difference. She's working on something right about now. Um, about a guy that was scheduled to be um, unalived uh, by the state or whatever, and he got to stay. He's autistic. Robert Robertson. I wanted to get his name right because the other day I didn't say it right, but hey, Just Valencia, thank you for coming. We're watching this Sarah Boone while she's back on the stand, y'all. Let me uh get this back up here because she got to give me a little more. I'm sorry. She's talking about when he's drinking. Girl, y'all was drinking together.
Because I tried to protect and defend myself for fear something happens at the last ultimate second.
But you're always that way. Of these prior incidences.
Absolutely.
Do you try to placate?
All the time.
What do you mean?
With the puzzles and the painting and feeding the ducks across the way at the pond, listening to music, trying to go for a walk on the trail, anything that I possibly can. I told you. Nervous, anxiety galore, just, I can never relax.
When he's drinking.
Yes, there's a lot of alarms and red flags that go on throughout the day or night or whenever it is that we are drinking.
Sustained.
Tell us about that. How that heightens, does that heighten your sense of safety?
At all times.
But especially when he's drinking?
Oh yes, all the time.
And then his mood?
Yes, it depends on what mood he's in that day.
Well, do you have like a sixth sense of how he's doing?
Yes, I knew George very well.
Sustained.
Can you tell us what you mean by that? Say you knew him very well.
I guess you could say that I was trained by fear with him. Just, it wasn't fun anymore when we would drink and we would hang out on the back porch. It wasn't fun anymore because I knew inevitably that something was going to happen to me one way or another.
Miss Boone, you know, those bruises that we saw of him, they look pretty deep. jury what was thinking.
From the bat, you're
Yes.
I can't describe it. It's terrifying love to a certain where my plan was to show him the next day and just I wanted him to be better and treat me nicer and be the person that he was when I originally met him, and I knew that was in him still. I knew that it could be found, and I just couldn't figure out what it was that I was doing wrong in order for it to not be back to where that was. And I was tired of living in fear and just sick all the time of figuring out how I can entertain him so I don't die and continue a relationship with my son and try to live a normal life. That wasn't a normal life for me. And just, I bottom line is I didn't want to die. I would have died, or I would have been disfigured or maimed, or if it weren't me with the bat, it would have been him if he were to have gotten out.
That's all.
Any cross-examination?
George knows somebody named Crystal. Did you ever mention Crystal in your text messages about being one of his bitches?
I don't know. I don't remember.
How about Christine? Did George know a Christine?
I don't know.
How about a Pamela Erickson?
These may have been people that he was communicating with on whatever the platform was.
On your phone?
I believe so, yes.
Did you find these communications?
I believe I found one or two of them from some of them.
And did you send a long letter to his family to relay to him about George and girls that he was cheating on?
I believe.
Okay, so you know those names, right?
I don't remember them. It's been however long.
Okay. Now, on February 24th, 2020, you called 911 at about 1 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And at that point, you were still feeling a little intoxicated, were you not?
It was more shock, yes.
So you agree that you previously stated, I was still, I believe, intoxicated to a degree?
To a degree, yes.
So 1 p.m., it's about 14 hours after 11 p.m. the night before, correct?
I'm guessing so.
Well, 12 hours prior would be 1 a.m., and then 12 a.m. is 13 hours, 11 p.m. is 14 hours, correct?
Okay.
And you were present here for the medical examiner, Dr. Zadovich, to testify, correct?
Yes.
And you heard her talk about all the effects of ethanol that it has on the human body, correct?
Yes.
And she also mentioned something that on average dissipates at about 1.5 an hour. Do you recall that?
I believe so.
Okay. So, would it be fair to say that if you're still feeling the effects again, so it's 14 hours, 0.015, you were at approximately about 0.21 at 11 p.m. the night before. Do you feel like you were 2.5 times the legal limit at that time?
I don't know how you got that number.
Judge, I'll object.
Roach.
Child, she is a whole, you mean to put that up there. She is a whole entire mess. She is a whole mess, y'all. I just, I want to believe what she's saying, but well, now this is hopefully, if they don't play that, if they don't play her interrogation video, then they must have lost. I don't know if they lost that, but I'm not understanding that because they played it farther.
You may proceed.
So you testified earlier that you all had about half of one of these bottles left from the night before, correct?
Yes.
And so would you agree that this is one of the 3 bottles that was purchased between February 22nd and the 2 that were purchased on February 23rd of 2020?
I'm guessing
Okay.
it is like the bottle, yes.
All right, and it's 1.5 liters. Would you agree?
Yes.
And when you say half, are we talking about the top of the label was left from the day before?
Oh, goodness, no.
All right, a little less, halfway through the label?
Those two.
Okay, about halfway through the label. So in addition to halfway through the label, assuming after going to public at about 12:15, correct? So you all would have began consuming around 12:30, is it fair to say, when you got back?
I can't tell exactly.
Okay. And after finishing what you all had left over from Saturday, the 2 of you consumed 2 1.5-liter bottles, correct?
I'm not sure about the second bottle that he purchased, if it was empty or not at the time.
Well, you did mention that the police would find 2 empty bottles in the top of your trash, correct?
Yes.
And we did all see that in the photographs, correct?
See that
Two.
they empty the garbage, yes.
All right, and you say you were about 100 pounds at the time?
Yes.
And we all know Mr. Torres was 103 pounds at the time of his death, correct?
That's what they say.
All right, so that's 3 liters of wine between 200 pounds split between 2 people over the course of a day, correct?
Yes.
And you testified today that you were intoxicated at the time that this occurred, the videos between 11:30 and 9, correct?
Yes, at some level, yes.
All right. Now, what does that mean to you? Previously, have you indicated that that means the room is spinning? Do you ever recall saying that?
I do.
So what was your level of intoxication at this point in time when the first video was filmed at 11:12 p.m.?
Do you mean from lack of sleep or alcohol?
From the alcohol.
What was my level?
What were you feeling? Did you have trouble with your balance?
I was more tired than anything.
Did you have trouble with your balance?
I don't believe so.
So you were able to flip a suitcase over with a 100-pound man in it, right?
I mean, yes, it happened.
Okay. How about your speech? Do you feel like your speech was slurred?
Clearly.
How about your inhibitions? Do you feel like you were doing things that you wouldn't do when you were sober?
I wasn't thinking about that.
Well, on reflection, do you feel like this is something you would have done when you were sober?
I didn't know me and George.
I'm just asking you, looking back on this, when he's in and you're telling him how you feel, and then you wait 11 minutes and you film another 22 seconds, and then you go upstairs. Upon reflection, is that something you would have done and left him in there had you not been drinking?
I don't know. I can't say.
Okay.
If I was scared, then it would be something.
Okay. All right. Now, today you testified about the time frame between the two videos, correct?
Yes.
So you came down from the shower where you were hiding, correct?
Yes.
And as you're coming down the stairs, you even get to the bottom of the stairs, you can kind of see over your shoulder or towards your right that he's trying to hide in the suitcase, correct?
Yes.
And the lid is down, but it's not closed, and you can tell he's hiding in there. It's not a great hiding spot just yet, right?
Correct.
And so you come over to him, and you're laughing, right?
Yes.
And you move the suitcase around some before...
No.
No? You immediately zip it shut?
Yes.
Okay. And you're both still laughing about it, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then it's during this course of time, how quickly is it after you zip it shut that you begin filming the first video?
I don't know without watching it. I don't know.
Okay. I mean, the video's not going to catch you zipping him up because you're like, how quickly after you zip him up is it before the video starts, is my question.
I don't know.
Okay. And then during that 9 minutes and 14 seconds is when he begins to get angry, correct?
What 9 minutes?
Between the two videos, there's 9 minutes and 14 seconds between the end of 1061 and the beginning of 1062 and 1063. So you got the 2 minute, 3 second video that starts at 11:12:45, correct?
I guess.
Permission to use state 17?
You may. All right, so we're looking at entry 31107. That indicates, according to the phone attraction, 2:23, 2020, 11:12, 40 p.m. Image underscore 1062 movie begins being captured. And we've seen that that is about 2 minutes and 3 seconds. Entry 31113 indicates that image underscore 10.move I was disconnected. Okay. 31113, a second movie is captured at 11:23:03 p.m. Your testimony was that after that first video was captured by your phone and you, Mr. Torres began getting angry and trying to push his way out, correct?
One more time, please.
Between these two movies, of which there's about 9 minutes and 14 seconds, Mr. Torres begins to get angry and try and push his way out and get out of the suitcase, correct?
He had been angry on and off throughout the entire day.
Okay. You didn't tell us that earlier. You said it was a wonderful, fun day all day, correct?
That's because I lived.
Okay. But you did not tell us earlier today that he had been angry throughout the day.
When would I say that?
You described your entire day of doing puzzles and arts and crafts and outside by the dartboard, and you said it was a wonderful day and everything was fun until he was in the suitcase. Did you not testify to that earlier today?
I did.
Okay. My specific question between these two movies is, this is when he begins to get angry and trying to push his way out and to get out.
Angry again, yes.
Okay. And he was expressing his anger in what manner? How did he say this?
At which point throughout the day?
Ma'am, you know very well that I'm talking about between these movies. Please answer my question. Between these two movies, how did he express his anger with you?
Told me that I was going to fucking die.
Okay. Now this is happening after he's already told you several times he cannot breathe in the suitcase, correct?
Correct.
And he's been in there for whatever brief amount of time it took you to zip him up, and the laughter stops, and then you go over and begin to film, correct? And you're filming, your purpose of filming is to kind of teach him a lesson. This is your chance to say something to him when he can't say anything back to you, correct?
No.
Then correct me.
There was no lesson to be learned. It was just I wanted him to try to understand how I felt so maybe could progress in being a better person than
So you wanted him to understand how you felt in the past, and that's not teaching a lesson?
I just wanted him to understand.
Okay. All right, and so immediately prior to zipping him up and putting him into the movie, you had been upstairs, correct?
I'm sorry?
Immediately before coming down and zipping him up and then filming the first of the two movies, you had been upstairs in the shower, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to publish what has been labeled as image_1061, which according to the timeline was captured at 11:03 p.m. 31 seconds with her device. All right. Does this appear to be the suitcase that's included in the two movies that are filmed at 12 and 11:23 p.m.? Huh? This is image 1061 taken at 11:03 p.m. 31 seconds. Does this appear to be the blue suitcase that's in the two videos that were captured at 11:12 and 11:23 p.m.?
Correct.
Did you take this image at 11:03 p.m.?
I don't remember if I did or not.
And again, we had, and by we I mean you and Mr. Torres, two 1.5 liters bottles of wine and plus whatever was left over from the day before, correct?
That's correct.
So you don't remember taking this photograph?
I don't.
Do you remember whether or not Mr. Torres was in here?
I don't remember taking the photo.
Okay. So, what is your memory of what happens between 11:03 p.m. and 31 seconds when that image is captured, and then when the movie starts at 11:12:45. What do you remember?
I don't.
Okay. Do you remember anything from that night?
I do.
You told the police on February 25th, 2020, when they first showed you the video, that you didn't remember taking that. Do you remember that?
I do.
In your testimony, you do remember taking that video,
I do.
but you don't remember taking that photograph 9 minutes prior. Is there something? Did you have more to drink in those 9 minutes?
I did not.
Was Mr. Torres in that suitcase the entire time between 11:03 when that image was taken and then when the second video was taken at 11:23 p.m.?
I believe so, yes.
So for 20 minutes? Yes?
However long the time frame is.
Did he begin telling you that he couldn't breathe before the video, or do you not remember?
I don't remember.
Now, you testified moments ago that your two neighbors must have misremembered which night the loud noise was, correct?
Yes.
And now you're telling us that you don't remember taking the photograph at 11:03 p.m., correct?
Correct.
Did the police come out to your townhouse on Sunday, February 23rd, 2020?
Yes.
I'm talking about Sunday. This is the Sunday fun day when we're going to Publix twice. Were the police out at your residence?
No.
It was the day after, Monday the 24th. Correct?
Yes.
And in the morning, you called 911, well, Monday afternoon at about 1 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And time frame, you were the only person in your apartment plus Mr. Torres in the suitcase, correct?
Yes.
So if anything had been disturbed in your apartment, you had all the time that you wanted to undisturb them before calling one, correct?
If I wanted to.
Okay. And you still, your testimony is there was no loud boom that shook the walls of your townhouse at about 11 p.m. 23rd, 2020, correct?
Correct.
To the best of your memory, correct?
Correct.
Now, that second video, the 2 seconds where you just hear him say Sarah and you don't say anything, or you're familiar with that video, correct? It's that you go upstairs. How quickly is it that you go upstairs after that?
It was pretty quick.
Can you grab the dogs?
No, the dogs were upstairs already.
Okay. Did you call 911 and let the police know that you had zipped somebody shut in a suitcase and they had not been able to get out for 20 minutes?
I did not.
Did you go to Brian's house and tell him, I had to zip Mr. Torres up in a suitcase shut? We need to do something about that before he passes.
I believe that's what the phone call was.
Okay. Well, what phone call to Brian?
I know that I called him specifically what it was about.
Now, your testimony, it seems like you spend day after day finding things to entertain Mr. Torres to do, correct?
Yes.
Almost like having a child. You have your own child, correct?
I do.
What you child would you?
That's your interpretation.
Well, you take arts and crafts to doing puzzles, so on and so forth, correct?
When he's been drinking, yes.
And Torres was notorious for doing some of these things, correct?
What do you mean?
Well, you described Mr. Torres as being notoriously known for doing things. You described your ex-husband, Brian Boone, notorious for doing things, nagging and calling all the time. You remember your testimony calling people notorious for doing things?
Yes.
What would you say people would say you're notorious for? And you would not answer Ryan Boone, your ex-husband's phone calls, just so that you could let him know that you're busy and you have things going on, correct?
I knew that at whatever time it was that he was calling me, that he could wait for the few moments of being up to where Lucas gets off at school at 3 o'clock.
Okay. But you would return his call, you would several times, correct?
Say yes.
Okay. How about correct?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that you often had alcohol in your system when you were going to the hospital, correct?
Sometimes.
All right, so just to summarize the day to make sure we understand it. I'll wake up sometime in the morning, but it's an unknown time, correct? For you?
Other than looking at the time.
So, at some point you wake up, it doesn't sound like you have breakfast, correct?
Correct.
You do some chore, correct?
Yes.
That is true. That went to public at 12:17?
Yes.
All right. After chores, you go to Publix and you get that 1.5 liter bottle of Woodbridge Chardonnay, correct? 1.5 liters instead of the 750s. It's the double size. It's like 2 bottles of wine. And you got home and
Start stream.
you at 100 pounds and Mr. Torres at 103 pounds began drinking this wine, correct?
I'm guessing so. I'm not. It's going to guess times.
Well, don't.
I'm not sure. I mean, we could have continued to do whatever was left over.
Drinking even later, correct?
And
12:30 when you get back from
No, it's just that something wrong with the DNA. That's not the internet.
Hmm.
That's not the internet. It's something wrong with your DNA. Is that hard?
All right. Ms. Boone, can you demonstrate for the jury where Mr. Torres' head was and how his body was positioned in the suitcase, if you don't mind?
His back was this way and his head was here.
All right, and then is it fair to say his feet are kind of, which would be the front left corner from your perspective in the jury box?
Yes.
And then his knees are kind of tucked up towards his face?
If I remember correctly, yes, that's the position.
Okay. All right. Can you help me understand how it was that you zipped it shut? Can you show us where you say you left an opening that his hand got out of?
Would it be easier to put it down here?
I didn't want to make you go down there. If you're happy doing that, I'll let you.
Hold up. Does she need to be wearing gloves?
Yes.
Agreed. She's going to be manipulating it.
What do you want her to do?
Just demonstrate how she zipped it shut.
Okay, well, where's the paperclip? And do you remember which one it was in?
This side.
Judge, the paperclip was on when this event occurred. When we pulled the suitcase out earlier, the paperclip was not attached. So now the prosecutor has attached the paperclip. We don't know if that's the way it was attached.
It's not even a paperclip.
We don't
Okay.
know if that's the proper way that it was attached. But he's asking her now to pull.
Is there an objection?
Yes?
Approach.
Sure.
I assume this one's much closer? It's not over there? Where do you...
You asked me where I zipped it.
When you say that it was zipped shut, show us.
Are you talking about how I zipped it, or?
When you're done zipping
With
it
the
shut and he's inside of it, where are the zipper components?
Just tell me what's that.
I mean, it was the corner. The corner was open. I mean, it's not. Yes, this one was already pretty much. Yes. From what I can remember. That's how he was coming with his hand out. It was like this from the corner part.
Okay. Thank you. You can return to your seat. Did you ever change the position of those zippers once you put it in that position? And so once he was zipped into there, there's some amount of time, but you don't remember specifically before you start taking the 2-minute video, correct?
Yes.
And then that's when you say what you say, and that's when he says what he says. We've all heard it, correct? And then between there, in that second video of the 22 seconds length, it's at this point where he's beginning to get angry, and then that's when you take the baseball bat that's in evidence, and your testimony is start poking him with the end of it.
Did you say this was the second video?
Between the two videos, that's when you started hitting him with the bat because he was getting angry and trying to escape, correct?
Right, I was.
Okay. Did you ever hit him with the bat while he was outside of the suitcase?
No.
So each time that he is hit with the bat, it's through this suitcase. And that's what leaves the marks on him, because you didn't hit him with the bat outside of the suitcase, correct?
Yes, you got me. I got it straight.
No, that's okay. The suitcase will speak for itself. And then you take the second video and you go upstairs and go to bed, correct?
I apparently went upstairs and I used the phone to make a phone call.
Okay.
And then I fell asleep.
All right. And at the point in time when you left and went upstairs, he was still inside the suitcase, correct?
Correct.
Was he still asking for you and calling your name?
Not that I.
Did you say shh to him again?
I don't remember.
Did you tell him that this was his problem on you again?
Don't remember.
Did you do anything to help him escape from the predicament that you zipped him up in?
No.
No other questions?
A redirect examination.
Ms. Boone, he just asked you the question that you poked him, and you didn't poke it. You poked every time you poked him hard with the bat, he was inside the briefcase.
The suitcase, yes.
The suitcase. But you remember when he put his hand out, did you not hit him in the hand outside the suitcase?
Yes.
Okay. So that was the only time the bat touched Mr. Torres's body outside the suitcase.
Yes.
Was when you hit him with a hand. But all the other injuries were with you poking him pretty hard. I mean, you bruised your hand, correct? Doing that. Thank you.
Ma'am, you can return to counsel's table.
Judge, can we approach you?
Just a moment. Let me get her situated at the table, and then we can approach. Come on up, y'all.
All right, everyone. Thanks for your patience. And I just wanted to share the testimony today because she was on the stand. She said her piece, but I believe that the state did a good job unraveling, um, everything that they stood on the stand and said. So in my opinion, I think the state did a great job with her. Um, she's this woman is she's a very intelligent woman. She's not that she's not slow. Um, she's very, how could you say that, sarcastic. She's uh she's very sarcastic as well, and she definitely knows how to read. When I say read, I don't mean read a book. I'm talking about read down. She knows how to do that. So I just wanted to, show the part of her on the stand giving her testimony. Um, I'm not going to go live for the other event that's going on at 6:30. I'm going to reschedule that. I do have an interview tomorrow. I'm going to check on them and see if she has anything um, figured out for that yet, so that I can share it. But other than that, we're going to go ahead and get on out of here. Sarah, I don't think you did any um, justice to your battle wife syndrome. To me, I'm sorry, but they recess. All right, Judge, I like you and all. So yeah, they're recessing for the day. And I'm just not sold on what Sarah Boone is. I'm not buying what she's selling. Excuse me. I'm not buying what Sarah Boone is. I'm not buying what she's selling. I'm not picking up what she's trying to put down. I'm not doing none of that. Now, like I said, domestic violence can go both ways. It can be, a woman abusing a man or a man abusing a woman. And a lot of times, domestic violence starts verbally. So, you know, to anybody that's experiencing domestic violence, um, my prayers are with you, but please, 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 they have a lot of different hotlines. I was at work, my job, I work in corporate America. So I was on at my job while this was going on. And so I wasn't able to pull up any, and I didn't even ask my mod to pull up the domestic violence hotline. We'll come together and I'll have that information again. But I want to thank everybody that was here. And sorry about Nightbot. I kicked him out of my chat. I won't be adding Nightbot unless one of my mods are not here. That's too much. You're not going to be harassing people as they come into the stream, especially, to show support Nightbot. So I'm gonna get with him. But anywho, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next upload, which is not going to be at 6:30 today. I'm about to go and reschedule that. But thank you for coming. And I cannot leave without you get your mammograms. Feel that you are all right. I know Ideally, anybody
Yeah.
coming to your house
I'm a
deserves to
survivor.
be
If
attacked
you
with
asked
power.
how I'm
And
still
there's some
standing,
survivors.
I can only give you one reply, and that is God don't play about me and mine. I'm a survivor. God is not through with me yet. I'm a survivor. God gets all the glory. I'm just asking what's next. I'm a survivor. What else would you think? I'm a survivor, and beyond the chemo room, my black is pink. I'm a survivor. They are gonna feel us on this G-O-D. I'm a survivor. I'm a survivor. What else would you think? I'm a survivor, and beyond the chemo room, my black is pink. I'm a survivor. They are gonna feel us on this G-O-D. I'm a survivor.